dance speech. Like my nipples were so erect, I was ready to raid France and throw garlic at Nazis and all this kind of stuff. But
I probably ejaculated into my pants, but that was it, really. So,
you know, when you look at a speech, you look at something, and you are literally dying of secondhand cringe,
yes,
and you're just like, these are the people that
country.
are in charge of this country, and it's just like, how far have we sunk? It was just. I couldn't stop watching though. It's like car crash TV. You know, you can't. You're like this. You're like, oh, and then you're like, more. Hello to those in the comments. Hello, Vance. Hello, Cheeto. Welcome.
Hello, nerd. How nerd of this? How you doing?
We are talking about the Conservative Party and their conference that they held in Manchester. And Gary went. He had front row seats and a VIP. Hey, Sam. And he was there absolutely loving it all because, as you can tell, he's a far-right Nazi type fellow because he doesn't like gravy. That's where I'm basing that assumption on. But in all seriousness, no. You know,
it was in his neck of the woods, wasn't it? It was in Manchester.
Yeah, it was in
Manchester.
Yeah. Did you see who else came? Nigel Farage.
Oh yeah, Farage showed up at this. So basically it went from being the Tory conference to a modern day Nuremberg rally.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. That's pretty much what it was.
It was quite funny, Tories showing up in Manchester and then complaining that the pubs are refusing to serve them afterwards.
Oh, beautiful.
Typical Northern Manchester for Red Wall there.
Instead of... Oh, sorry, go on, guys.
I said, but if you've not seen it, there's hilarious footage of Nigel Farage doing the conga with Priti Patel. That will go down in history.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Watch it. You need to watch it. It is so funny.
Well, let me find it and put it on here. Let me.
You'll print quite a lot though, just to warn you.
Farage was finally able to find a a non-white person that he could interact with and wouldn't implode.
I bet you something that she went across her game and was spanking with a whip or something. By the way, that is a joke. By the way, people don't take that seriously.
I mean, the fact that Farage was turning up at this, I mean, it symbolised really that the fact that the Tories have morphed.
Oh, here we go, and again.
God damn it! Just bear with me. I'm trying to see if are they doing the conga? Just showing them dancing.
I'm sure it's conga or something like that. I'm sure it was the dancing to the conga. I'm not sure if they actually did the conga dance.
Let me see. Oh, I can't play the sound to that. No, it's not a conga. It's just them dancing. Yeah, it's not a conga. Could be lovely, isn't it? A bunch of fascists all together. Right, well, so a couple of things to digest from the conference speech. Let's be clear that this time, instead of blaming Jews, they were blaming trans people, and they were blaming 15-minute cities and immigrants, and it was quite possibly the lowest of the low speeches. I mean,
we should see that being transphobic as fuck.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, Prime Minister Roland Ratt's speech was eerily reminiscent of the same speech that Thatcher gave back in the 80s. Same kind of talking points.
What do you mean do you mean like when Thatcher said that children have an inalienable and are being taught that they have an inalienable right to be gay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Rishi basically modernized it for trans people.
Yeah, just modernized it for trans people.
I might as well have Matt Walsh there, but he more or less said the same thing.
Yeah, they're just parroting American right wing. I mean, if you go any country in Europe, they're all basically inundated, and they've got the American right wing playbook that they all speak from. They're all the fucking same. In Greece, they do the same shit. Everywhere they do. Italy, they do the same fucking shit. The first one I want to touch on is the 15-minute cities. Now, I don't know if you've heard about it. So 15-minute cities is basically having cities where all your basic amenities are met within a 15-minute walk or cycle from your house. It's normal to have these kind of things here in the UK.
Yeah.
Well, for me anyway, everything I need is literally within a 10-minute walk and all of that. But there's the conspiracy for the 15-minute cities is, and I literally can't believe that Tories were peddling this at a conference. I mean, I should believe it, but I couldn't because it's ludicrous. They're basically saying the conspiracy is that councils are going to limit the amount of times that you can visit shops, the amount of times you can use your car, and all this kind of stupid shit. And it's just like, who the fuck came up with that idiotic statement that councils are going to have complete control over your life and how many times you can leave your house and visit shops and use your car? And they use this at a conference speech, and it's just hilarious.
I'm not surprised actually that this came out. I mean, you usually hear some stuff from some absolutely bonkers stuff from fringe groups within the Conservative Party. What I'm surprised at was that this became mainstream.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It was in the mainstream.
Yeah, the Tory mainstream has effectively gone full Alex Jones, and they're suggesting that the concept of people being able to get to their work, the shops, banks, the doctor's surgery, a whole range of schools, a whole range of places that you would want to get to within a 15-minute walk or a 15-minute bike ride, or have a decent public transport link to if you had to go even slightly further. They've gone with this whole idea that this is a conspiracy to limit freedom of movement. I've heard people link ULEZ cameras to this as well.
Yeah.
What's also nuts about it is the fact that I think it was Victoria Derbyshire, and I know the Newsagents podcast, they tried to grill a number of Tory cabinet ministers about this and say, look, how on earth, is this acceptable to put out there? And they challenged them on a whole bunch of other conspiracy theories that they were spouting during conference, like, for example, that Labour was going to implement a meat tax when Labour has never once mentioned it.
Yeah.
Or councils wanting you to have 7 different bins.
Yeah. Just absolute ridiculous. And the good thing is the press, so the media actually pushed back on it because they know they've got the safety net now in like Keir Starmer approaching Mr. Status Quo. So they could just rip the Tories apart how they plead. And it was good to see that they got challenged on and they blatantly said that they were peddling conspiracy theories. They didn't say right-wing conspiracies. They were just saying,
No, they just said it was conspiracy theories. So
conspiracy theories.
The Tories are now as I tried to say earlier before the site cut me off, the Tories have now gone effectively full UKIP. And now they're actually going into that territory where the press are starting to call them out on lies and conspiracy theories, much like they did to UKIP back in the day.
Yeah,
absolutely. And well, guess.
Well, can I just say a big hearty fuck you to the Tory party for the fact that they scrapped the HS2 flaming train service that was supposed to be up here. I was going to correct like Bradford, Manchester, and all that sort of stuff to the south, and make it a lot more cheaper and faster to people to travel there. Because I know this is going to be a weird thought. I know this is going to be a weird thought for people, but some people have to travel between those cities for work, and sometimes they don't want to spend 4 or 5 hours on a fucking train between London and London Euston and flaming Piccadilly every day. They want a faster service, and this is what that HS2 thing would do. But they'll go, oh no, it'll be fine to go to Birmingham. No, bring up here, lazy sots.
Yeah, and the issue, one of the big issues with what they've done is they're going to sell off all the land in between that would have linked London to Manchester, and they're basically making it impossible for Labour to pick up and carry on with the HS2. So essentially, they've just screwed it. I mean,
when it comes to the land, I think they may actually have to sell it off under procurement rules. We had a similar situation here in Scotland a while ago. There was supposed to be a planned, I think it was a planned rail service going directly to. It was supposed to be going directly to, I think, Edinburgh Airport. and a number of plots of land were bought. There was, but the project was cancelled, so the government wasn't allowed to hold on to the land.
Yeah,
so
you can't hold on to the land.
They were required to put it up for auction.
Yeah,
and this led to a bit of a controversy because the person that sold one of the plots of land to the government was able to buy it back for a fraction of the cost. And I know at the time the Scottish Labour leader was Joanne Lamont. She tried to defame this person in Parliament, said that this was a deal done behind closed doors with the SNP because he's a donor, and he outright dared us as well. I absolutely dare you to repeat that outside the privilege of Parliament because I will sue you because this was a legitimate deal.
Yeah, well, that's the issue, isn't it? It's trying to prove that it was done.
Yeah, but again, this whole thing is with the land. I think it's again, unfortunately, the whole issue with them having to sell off the land is probably something under procurement rules, meaning that they're not allowed to hold on to it.
Well, look, I mean, they could have held on to it to say that they're going to carry on with the project, but because they scrapped the project and then they're going to sell the land, it's basically, it's killed the deal. Now it's killed the project, not the deal. It's killed the project.
Well, no, they killed the project first, and now they have to sell the land.
Yeah, of course. But that's the plan anyway. Like you kill the project, you've got to get rid of the land, and it makes it virtually impossible for anyone coming in to pick it up again, unless they go back and fucking try to buy the land again and all this kind of shit. I don't even know what the rules are after the fact.
Yes, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent there. So it's just because I'm pissed off about it.
Stop saying that. I hate when you keep saying sorry. We're having a discussion here. We're not apologizing for our points of view.
Well, I just thought I'm pissed off about it because
you're meant to be pissed off about it because everything. We haven't done anything in this country. This country is literally top of the leaderboard at failure at everything. It's destroyed everything. You know.
Yeah, because as I said before, people live in Yorkshire, Manchester, Liverpool, who work a lot in both cities because of their work. Like a lot of people work for the BBC, a lot of people work for like governmental agencies. They work across like different parts, different cities, and that HS2 would have like made that they got to spend a lot more time with their families. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was the BBC's three biggest hubs are what? London, Manchester, and Glasgow.
Yeah. But I mean, that whole project has just been one big head fuck since the beginning. A lot of corruption, a lot of fucking money wasted, and now it's not even going to be complete. So congratulations there on. It's going to be a massive investigation into it, probably, which nothing will really come about it. So we also had Liz Truss held her own speech. She's obviously, and the papers are trying to whitewash her and gear her up for another comeback. And her rhetoric is still, we need more tax cuts.
Yeah, she said it was leftist think tanks that brought her down.
Yeah.
Everything was going according to plan, even with this mini budget with Kwasi Kwarteng that completely bankrupted the UK economy. And yet now she's trying to paint it as being left-wing think tanks. Can you name me any left-wing think tanks?
No. Top of my head. No, not really.
No.
I mean, we could probably name a few right-wing think
tanks. Oh,
I couldn't name you the right-wing think tanks, but I know of the ones because some of them have been on fucking TV all the time trying to
peddle their shit.
Capitalism all the fucking time. But I forget the names of them.
Well, you've got right-wing think tanks like the Institute for Economic Affairs, the Taxpayers Alliance. Another one. What was it? Big Brother Watch was. A lot of them all emanate from Tufton Street.
Maybe the Social Marxist Party. Maybe
that's a party though. That's not a think tank.
That's a party. They're not think tanks.
No, but they're not really associated with a political party as such. But they're like sort of like a body of disassociated voters, basically. But that's me clutching at bloody straws there.
Yeah, I think you're definitely clutching at straws for that one.
Yeah, it's not a think tank, but they're There are always many right-wing think tanks because they're obviously funded by, corporations and the banks and all this kind of shit.
Yeah, they never disclose it.
Yeah, never disclose it.
But they get to come on public airwaves. So Kate Andrews, for example, who works for a lot of, has worked for a lot of these think tanks on the right wing. She's advocated, for example, for privatizing the NHS and going on an American health insurance system. And she's allowed to come on the public airwaves, and she's never challenged on this.
Never challenged.
Never challenged on who funds her.
No.
I think the only time I've ever actually heard somebody challenge one of these think tanks was James O'Brien, because he had somebody from Big Brother Watch phone in to discuss it was a camera system in London.
ULEZ.
No, it wasn't ULEZ. This was a few years ago. It was before ULEZ. I think it was facial recognition cameras.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So the facial recognition technology that was being brought in.
Yeah.
Somebody phoned in on behalf of Big Brother Watch, and he pointed out, says, "Well, I've just seen your bio. It says you're from 55 Tufton Street." And she tried to say, "Well, I've been invited on multiple programs for." He says, "Well, no, not this one. If you are not prepared to disclose who funds you, you're not getting to come on and put on your point of view on this program." I think the only one I've ever heard challenge one of these think tanks to say, "Hey, look, if you're not prepared to disclose who funds you and who sets your agenda, then you're not coming on this program." He ended the call when he said, "It says that you were founded by Matthew Elliott from the Taxpayers Alliance." He said, "Yes, we were." He says, "Right, we're done," and he ended the call there.
That's how it should be, though, because you're coming in with a fucking blatant agenda, and you need to be challenged on it. You need to be clear of what your agenda is. And the worst ones, though, for me are definitely the NHS ones, because it's like, everyone knows how bad the American healthcare system is. It's awful. It's literally like one of the worst ones in the developed countries. Okay, they're behind on everything. It even costs more, despite it being privatized, because privatization is fucking expensive anyway, no matter what people want to spin on it. And yeah, these assholes are just allowed to sit there and go, "Oh, we need healthy competition and all this kind of shit." Before the Tories came in, the NHS was ranked number 1 for efficiency. Okay, it was one of the best healthcare services in the world when they came until the Tories came in, and then they just fucking privatized it bits and pieces. They cut the funding here and there. And now it's garbage.
The other big one I would say, the other big one I would say is the ones who come in and lobby on the behalf of a bunch of think tanks to say that climate change is a hoax.
Yeah,
or to say that we need to develop more fossil fuels, or we need to support the coal industry. Those are the kind of people who again get to show up and talk about climate policy with no expertise and not disclose at all which lobbies have funded them, be it petrochemical or be it the coal industry or an organization like the Koch brothers.
Right. Can I just use this moment to put a pin in something? Right. We're going to talk about this a little bit later, I think. But Calvin Robinson was on one with Julie Hartley-Brewer. And both of them were talking about how nobody could talk about COVID shit. So we'll put a pin in that for a minute. So we'll go into that. But the thing is that we can talk about this stuff. The thing is that people have said that climate change is settled science. There's been no science that has disproved it apart from flaming backshit, flaming denialism from basically organisations that rely on fossil fuels. So like your energy giants.
The fossil fuel industry knew about it not only from the 70s, but they knew about it from the Victorian 60s. Era.
Oh yeah.
Okay, when we were burning coal, they've always known about it. But the point is, it's not about whether you know about it. They know about it. They just don't want to stop the profits. And what cracks me up is we're all sitting here and allowing just a handful of people to absolutely fuck this planet beyond repair. And we're just all going to sit there and just be like, whatever. And if you call out for violence and burning down the system and all this kind of shit, you're the bad person. It's like, well, you know, it's like
this is the problem with
discourse. The time for nice discourse is over. There is no. You're at a breaking point here where it's just to say, you know, hey, America, you've got your Second Amendment. Why don't you turn it towards people that actually deserve to get the Second Amendment, kind of thing? You know, I'm just saying, bro. Vance here. We have a U.S. healthcare system in the U.S. We have a healthcare Ponzi scheme. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, most Americans I've spoken to agree with that sentiment. It is a Ponzi scheme. With regard to the climate science, the only evidence that generally gets presented to refute the actual science is from people who have no scientific background, or what they'll do is they'll take one little statement and they'll expand upon it and lie about it. So, for example, one that I know Stephen Crowder has used, Christopher Monckton has used it as well. They've claimed that, the ice is actually expanding in the Antarctic. And what they're actually talking about is the ice sheets. Now, the ice sheets are expanding, but the ice underneath has completely melted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I always say when the same people, when it's the same handful of people that are pushing back on everything, you got to start questioning things. But people don't. They get their little comfortable speech. They get their little confirmation biases, and they just carry on willfully ignorant of the reality of it. So, you know, if you got someone like fucking Stephen Crowder sitting there spouting a bunch of bollocks on climate change without having a legitimate scientist on there, then, you know, alarm bells should start fucking ringing, but clearly not.
Well, if you recall, there was a petition a few years ago that, again, a lot of the climate skeptics were circulating, where a whole bunch of scientists were signing it to say that anthropomorphic climate change was a myth. But the problem was there wasn't actually any climatologist who was signing it. So out of all the scientists, you get people who's expert with things like metallurgy or botany. You know, and again, no climatologists were actually signing it. In fact, you could only find, I think it was about 3 or 4 climatologists out of the entire field who were prepared to say that, anthropomorphic climate change isn't real.
Yeah, those are the ones that got lovely, lovely paychecks for themselves and their university to do studies into other things.
I mean, well, it's the same with, was it Patrick Moore from, who he gets paid a lot of money from a lot of anti-environmentalist groups because he was supposedly a co-founder of Greenpeace. Well, at least he embellishes the fact that he was a co-founder of Greenpeace. And he said, he's gone on various tirades about how it's safe to drink weed killer.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But if you've never seen it, I encourage everybody to look it up. Patrick Moore, he was there was an issue with I think it was glyphosate in weed killer, particularly the brand Roundup.
Yeah,
and it was linked to cancer. And
yeah,
Patrick Moore had said that glyphosate was completely safe. In fact, you could drink a whole quart of it, and all it would happen at best is it tastes bad, but it was not deadly to humans. So he was actually confronted and he was presented with a quart full of glyphosate weed killer and asked if he would drink it. And he refused.
There you go.
Well, I mean,
no surprise there.
Well, I will say this, though. I think that the Just Stop Oil people do the wrong things, in my opinion. Because what they should be doing is targeting, the oil fields and stuff like that. But what they do is target.
If you want to drink it, you drink it.
What they do is target flavor things that aren't really helping. They're just pissing people off, which isn't really helpful to their cause, in my opinion.
Are you talking about the Just Stop Oil?
Well,
yeah. They got to him.
Damn it.
Yeah, no, I mean the thing with Just Stop Oils and everyone supports them and they're getting the message out there, we're in danger and all this kind of stuff. It's like people fucking know. We know we're fucked. Okay, it's not that people going about their everyday lives are not aware of climate change. Okay, I've argued. I've been blocked by so many Just Stop Oil idiots as well. I keep saying to look, when you target headquarters and people that are actually legitimately doing the damage, everyone will applaud you. But when you are disrupting people from going about their everyday lives, they're not going to like you.
I mean, you target the snooker, for God's sake. I mean, what did the snooker ever do with
Les Miserables the other day? They targeted. Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, they stormed the stage at Les Miserables to protest. It's like, what are you doing? Like, again, and I always use Palestine Action as the poster people of how to do protests. Palestine Action risked absolutely everything. They stormed Israeli arms factories that are right here in the UK, and they destroyed the offices. Sorry, not the factories. The offices. They destroyed the offices to the point where I'm pretty sure now that they're just moving the operations abroad. Now they're not going to be operating here, and they've risked. They've been arrested and everything. They've had police try to stop them, but they've still gone in and stormed these places. Have you seen these lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Stop Oil, I mean, I would say their first couple of protests where they got their name out, I think maybe they could have justified that. Similar to Fathers for Justice back in the day. Fathers for Justice, obviously, if you remember, they were dressing up as superheroes and climbing up the sides of buildings, and they were trying to get the message across that they were campaigning for rights of access to their children, etc. The problem was that the message became diluted because there were a whole bunch of nutters joined, and they got a bit more extreme with their tactics. Again, I thought if Fathers for Justice, for example, had stopped after the first couple and then focused on getting the message out there, which again was about access to their children.
Like the media rounds, just trying to talk to the media and all this kind of stuff.
Your first couple start talking to the media. I think if Just Stop Oil had done that, they probably would be a lot more accepted than they are now.
Yeah, and the thing is, to be clear, they've gone and they've spoken in the media, and they've done a great job.
Yes.
The problem is they're still carrying on doing the other stuff that is just, it's just giving them it's just making people hate them, and at that point, once you cross that line, it's virtually impossible to get it back. Just like you said with Fathers for Justice and all that. If they did it at the beginning, get the attention, then do the media circuit, and then if you're going to carry on with your protests, go target headquarters, shareholders, people actually responsible for the damage. You would legitimately get people on the side. But when you're blocking people, and they did it here on the M25, and it caused a lot of chaos here. It affected a lot of people here as well that couldn't get to work. There was students that go to the day center I used to work at that were extremely distressed because their routine was disrupted. All these little things and things like that. I don't want to put that just on Just Stop Oil because that could happen in any situation.
Yeah.
But just saying things like that, they don't endear you to the general public. Whereas people like Palestine Action, people don't know about Palestine Action. That's why they're effective. Okay, the media doesn't talk about Palestine Action. The press barely mentions Palestine Action. You only hear mostly about them on Twitter because they are very effective. Whereas Just Stop Oil are treated as a joke, and the media knows how to rile people up by using Just Stop Oil and kind of getting the climate change people to look bad. And they're stooges. They're like Russell Brand. People think Russell Brand is anti-establishment, rallying against the machine and all this. No, he's a useful
Gary, please mute your microphone. Oh God.
I can mute him, don't worry.
Fair enough. But when it comes to organizations like that, I mean, Just Stop Oil wind up in the press and they're portrayed as basically a public nuisance.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, one of the consequences of their actions is that we are seeing a lot of clampdowns on.
We're seeing a lot of clampdowns on William. They've got to shred her. They may take our lives, but they'll never take our shredder. But yeah, he's back. There we go.
Yeah, sorry. What I was trying to say before the Matrix cut me off is that Just Stop Oil, what goes on with them a lot, unfortunately, is that they are used as a tool by the government to clamp down on protest. And they're able to use Just Stop Oil as the reason for it.
Exactly.
And it whips up a lot of positive sentiment from people, who would be quite happy to, to ban protest if it stops these people blocking the M25 or blocking people trying to drive to their work.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and you'll get people that will cheer losing their civil liberties because they think it's just going to affect those protests.
They think it affects those people.
Whereas,
it could be like, if we ever have another situation, say for example, as some of their parents might have been in, like the poll tax protests.
Yeah,
if those ever happen again, those will be made illegal.
Yeah,
and then they will be impacted.
Yeah, exactly. And there was speaking on that in terms of arrests, we heard that all 30-something people that were arrested during the I think it was either the Queen's funeral or the King's coronation, not a single charge was given to those people arrested. Like, not a single charge. So there was no validation for their arrest, and they should fucking sue the government for that. All of those people should come together and form a class action lawsuit. I thought, do we do class action lawsuits in the UK?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. For having their civil liberties taken away, their right to protest. It's just ridiculous.
Well, because remember, they were also arresting people before they'd even done anything.
Yeah.
So people,
people showing up with placards. They raided their van and they arrested them.
Yeah, and people with like blank placards, who were intimidated by the police, saying, "Look, if I just write 'Not My King' on this, what would you do?" And said you would be arrested.
Yeah, and even protesters that were heading for the Tory conference were stopped miles before they got there, and weren't allowed to proceed. They were just held up. And
police all, I don't know if you saw this as well, but the police also dragged out a member of the London Assembly, a Tory member of the London Assembly, because he objected to the transphobia that was being spouted during the conference.
Oh, I did not see that.
Oh, I'll see if I can find the clip. If you want to carry on, I'm going to see if I can find this clip.
Yeah.
Right, so I was going to say about this. I mean, the thing is that, I think a lot of this anti-strike stuff has not been done as Shredder was just saying about the Just Stop Oil people. I think it was done with the, what's it called now? The RMT strikes and the NHS strikes, because the I think it was Richie Sunak who was saying that he wanted there to be a law about minimal service, even though the nurses and all that stuff already had that into the strike action flaming things that they drawn up.
Yeah, they just keep trying to move the goalposts to make the strikes illegal. I mean, this is classic. In this country, you're not even allowed to strike in solidarity with another union that's striking. It's against the law. So there's always laws being pushed. A lot of anti-union laws that came from the Thatcher era.
And of course, Labour never appealed even in their 13 years of government.
Nope.
I put a link, by the way. It's a video. It's from the Guardian's YouTube page. Again, this was a member of the London Assembly who was ejected for. It was Andrew Boff. Again, a Tory member of the London Assembly. He was ejected from the conference for heckling Suella Braverman with regard to her transphobia. So if you want to play that.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab that. Let me grab that. It's a screen. That. Let me expand that. Right. Show on stream. Just going to press play.
Yep, go for it.
It's Andrew Boff. I'm a member of the London.
Is there any audio? Any audio to this? Above me? Oh, hang on. No, it's not muted. Oh, I know why. 1 second, guys. 1 second.
I can hear it.
Oh, you can hear it. So I can't hear it. That's the problem. So I need to put my.
Hear
it? Right. Speak, Gary.
1 2 1 2.
Thank you very much. All right.
Right, put back a bit.
Okay, yeah.
It's Andrew Boff. I'm a member of the London Assembly. But you're a Tory, aren't you? I'm a loyal Tory for 50 years.
So I challenge this poison. Things just get worse.
There's no such thing as gender
Whole
ideology.
institutions. Gender ideology, white privilege, anti-British history. And the evidence
God, they took him out pretty quick.
That if you don't challenge this poison, things just get worse. Of course, as always happens when the left gets the upper hand, those who fail to conform are persecuted, chased out of their jobs, saying that a man can't be a woman.
See, the thing is, there are good conservatives out there. I just think they're just getting removed from the party, in my opinion.
Why are you saying trash about gender ideology is making our Conservative Party look transphobic?
He's only standing up for them probably because he's gay. You can tell from the rainbow thing.
I think Laura Stewart has also said, who's not gay either, has said that this is all flaming just right-wing talking points. He doesn't like the road that the party's going down.
Sorry, William. I didn't.
Oh, don't worry about it. No, but yeah, so. Yeah, so he got escorted out for saying this was homophobic trash, and
which is
he's correct. And the fact that the police also escorted him out of the venue as well was quite frightening, I would say. I didn't know the police worked as security on party political events.
They don't.
Apparently, they do now.
Andrew Boff.
They probably do now.
The speech was by Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary.
No, that was our Home Secretary. The guy was arrested. Is that guy arrested at the? Yeah. So the guy wasn't arrested. I think he was just taken out. I think.
No, he was escorted out of the conference.
Just escorted.
Taken out for heckling for saying this is homophobic trash. And again, he's correct. I mean, it's the same arguments that were used against gay people back in the day. But even then, the Tory party are still going on about gay people to an extent because they say that, well, teaching the idea of acceptance and tolerance of gay people is a major concern.
And plus drag shows as well.
Yeah, they're we're just coming back to full circle, and the thing is, like, everybody warned people that jumped on the TERF bandwagon, especially the LGB Alliance, who are fucking transphobic wankers.
Well, it's an AstroTurf group. I mean, there's barely any gay people involved in that. It's literally a bunch of straight people pretending to be gay. It's almost as desperate as Graham Linehan. In the fact, I mean, he joined. It was an app for gay and queer women. It was a dating app for gay and queer women. He set up an account there, and then he started outing a bunch of people that he said were trans. And he got told by the users of the app to go and fuck himself for the simple reason that they actually don't discriminate against trans people.
And he played the victim, did he?
Yeah.
Yes.
As he always does.
Graham Linehan had actually appeared at this Tory Flaming conference.
Yeah, yes, Graham Linehan was there. He gave a speech where during it he mentioned that he's lost his TV agent because he'd called David Tennant a groomer.
Why did you call David Tennant a groomer?
Because David Tennant has been standing up for trans people. He's even worn a T-shirt. I wish I could remember what the hell it read. I think it was something along the lines of "Leave trans people alone, you freaks."
Which is perfect. It's the most perfect T-shirt. Yeah, it's just leave them alone. Why are you fucking obsessed with them? But yeah, look, that's a standard response from small-minded dickheads like Graham Linehan. It's like, it's the same with like Elon Musk when he got pushed back from the guy in Thailand. What was the first thing Elon Musk did? Called him a pedo. So, it's just, you go to your gaslighting playbook and you're just like, I'll just throw this insult to kind of, diffuse the argument and make myself out to be the victim and make my attacker be like really bad, like, he's coming for your kids, kind of bollocks.
But again, this was probably about as far right as we've seen for a long time from the Conservative Party in terms of a conference. But also, it was really it's the Tory party have effectively throughout this conference said that they're preparing for opposition.
Yeah,
they are not preparing to form the government after the 2024 election.
That's right.
Well, yeah. But also you got to remember that it isn't just people on the right who were anti-trans. It's people like there are people in the Labour Party who are also anti-trans.
They are on the right, though.
Well, I'd argue against that, but
listen, the people that are against trans people in the fucking Labour Party are the same people that have been attacking Muslims and black people within the Labour Party. All right, they just attack anything that's remotely left wing. But also, that aspect of the Labour Party are the fucking Blairites, and the Blairites are right wing. They're Thatcherites. Okay, that's the ideology that they love. They love neoliberalism, and But the thing is, on your point there, though, Gary, the why the anti-trans rhetoric has been so successful is because they managed to snag liberal white women as well. They caught them in their little snare of fear.
Mum's net. Mum's net, basically.
Nets, your little middle class yayas. I've seen it even over here. I've seen them all fucking fall for it. And my instant response is, have you spoken to a trans person? Oh, you haven't? Shut the fuck up then. So that's why it's been widely successful, and that's why,
No. They do speak to trans people. It's just certain types of trans people. So it's people like Debbie Hayton, people like that who are the right kind of trans person. If you know what I mean. Like the certain.
You're always going to get your pick-me's. Yeah, you're always going to get your pick-me's. But I'm talking about your cis liberal white women. They've managed to snag them. All right, your Guardian readers and all this kind of shit. They've managed to snag those lot as well into their web of fear, and it's been very successful. Mm-hmm. And I've always said, like, the left should always use the same playbook as the right does in garnering fear, but at least the fear is based in reality. In that, hey, the capitalists are coming to fucking take everything from you, but they don't do that. They're too soft. And I'm like, no, you should always fight fire with fire, and it fucking works. And the right just. Again, once they got the those women in, they were just like, oh, we've hit fucking jackpot now, and you've seen it. And I always say it always comes back down to forget her second name, but Brianna was a 16-year-old trans girl who was murdered in a park.
Oh, Brianna
being
J.
Trans.
Yes,
Brianna J.
Brianna J.
Oh
yeah.
For my sins, I follow a couple of of anti-trans people, and you should have seen the dots they tied themselves in to say it wasn't anti-trans flaming hate bill. It was just about this person for whatever reason.
Yeah, there was so much transphobia surrounding that case. I don't know how much we can really say because obviously the trial I think is due to start in November.
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, we won't say anything.
But I will say though there were a lot of transphobes though who said that the police have been forced into investigating it as a hate crime because obviously there was a lot of public backlash to it when they said we don't believe that there's a hate crime in this case. But the police did a U-turn on that. They said we are looking at this as a potential hate crime, and that could have been for any number of reasons. It could have been something that. One of the two people who they arrested maybe said when they were being quizzed. It could have been due to, statements they had received from Brianna J's friends, about the way she had been picked on and bullied through school.
Yeah, they could have also gone through the perpetrators' social medias. They could have gone through messages.
Absolutely.
If allowed, they could have done a lot of things that would have.
Absolutely. There's any number of reasons that the police could have looked at this and said, well, actually, we think there might actually now be evidence to suggest this was a hate crime against a trans person.
Yeah.
She maybe was targeted for being trans. Again, there's not much. There's a lot of stuff we probably can't discuss because again, there is a trial coming up next month.
Yeah,
that will be interesting to follow. There's things as well we can't discuss anyway. Like for example, I know the names of the two who did it have been circulating on social media.
Okay.
But it's not a good idea to disclose them because they are still minors. They're entitled to anonymity under the protection of law, and any attempt to out their identities could be used by their defense counsel to say that these people have been denied the right to a fair trial.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But again, with regard to the whole issue of the way the Labour Party has lurched in terms of trans people, I find it absolutely fucking disgusting. This was a party that at one point championed itself as a party of defending human rights and defending minority groups, and now they are actively targeting trans people and saying, well, we know that there's no science behind this, but we're going to we're going to follow the Tory party line when it comes to demonizing trans people, and the fact that we're not going to support
and I don't know if they're trying to just do that because they genuinely feel that way, or if they are just trying to pander to the right wing in order to get their fucking votes, or if it's just to piss off, just to carry on pissing off the left so they leave the party.
I would say
there's a tripod of fuckery there.
I would say it's I would personally say it's 1 and 3, because Keir Starmer, I think it was 2 years ago, said that he believed that trans people were legit. He said that they are women and that women can have male genitalia and all this sort of stuff.
But he's U-turned on that.
You said that. I mean, Piers Morgan uses that.
I'm shocked that Keir Starmer U-turned. I mean, he's not known for U-turning on anything. This is like news to me.
In this case, though, it was absolutely disgusting and completely indefensible. I mean, it wasn't even a case of like, okay, well, he's analyzed the policy platform he was initially campaigning on and said, well, no, actually, that can't work, so we're not going to go ahead with it. This was people's basic human rights and identity that he was U-turning on.
No, well, he did it to kids. He did it to kids. Do you remember?
Yeah.
He's done a U-turn on feeding children. So there's just no fucking surprise. They're literally just setting themselves up to be the next Tory party. The Tories are just going to get fucking wiped out because they're just going to be of no use because you've got Labour Party. And then fuck knows what will happen.
I've said it before. I mean, Keir Starmer is more like a modern version of David Cameron than any traditional Labour leader.
Yeah, of course he is. Yeah, but more fascistic. Way more fascistic. He's just somebody who's on a fucking huge power trip, and he's just run away with it.
He thinks Labour is going to reclaim Scotland because of the recent by-election. I mean,
when they went from 1 vote to 2 votes?
No. The Rutherglen by-election up here in Scotland.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Labour won it quite comfortably. Actually, it was a decent marginal swing, about 20% in favour of the Labour Party from the SNP.
So they went from 1 seat to 2
but
seats.
The thing is, I mean, the turnout was only 37%, meaning more than 6 out of 10 voters didn't turn up.
Yeah, well, those 6 out of 10 voters should be fucking ashamed of themselves, really.
Yeah,
for not showing up. But it's over for Scotland. You know, Labour going to take every seat in the next general election, and you lot are just gonna, bow down and shut the fuck up, you colonial peasants. And when we're done with you, we're also going to deny Northern Ireland the rights to talk about even unification with Ireland, because as if Starmer has a fucking right to do that. I mean, they were literally screaming how disgustingly undemocratic. Like, the guy's just fucking unhinged beyond repair. He's unhinged beyond repair.
If anybody
he's gonna literally turn the Labour Party into the fucking Nazi party at this rate.
I wouldn't go that far. Everything. I would say at best, though, we are probably going to see a return to the days of similar to David Cameron.
But I mean,
I think it's going to be worse. I honestly think it's going to be worse than Cameron.
The thing that knows me the most.
Go on, guys.
I was going to say, the thing that knows me the most is that the guy worked for like 20 years or something like that in Northern Ireland, so he knows what the Fabian Peace Agreement says, which is that if enough people want to join back with Ireland, there needs to be a poll thing about it.
They're allowed to have a referendum on it every 7 years.
Yeah,
exactly, and that's in the constitution.
I speak to the like, I've got a lot of friends from Northern Ireland. They're on the fuck's sake, loyalist side, is it? what do you call the ones that don't want to rejoin with Ireland? I forgot.
They're the unionists.
Unionists, for fuck's sake, my brain just fired. So they're a lot on the union side, and I love their argument for it. They're like, fucking join the Catholics and £13 for 13 euros for a pint. You can feck right off. I'm like, yeah, but you're no longer controlled by England. And they're like, I don't give a shit. I don't want to pay 13 euros for a pint. And I'm like, oh, that's sound logic there. Yeah, well done with that one. Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there for just kind of the weird things that people focus on.
Are we coming up to my favourite part now? Penny Mordaunt's speech. Come on, we need to talk about this. Oh my!
I'll go for it.
Yeah. Let me get it up. Hang on. America. You have never heard a speech this good. Go on, Gaz.
Was it as good as Les? Hang on. Was it as good as Les Truss talking about pork markets?
Oh no, it was worse. Right, I can't. It was literally like, have you ever tried to see somebody who can't really speak English just try to describe the inner workings of a chassis? That's what I was basically. It was almost worse than that. It's like someone tried to explain for me like government policy in a really moronic way. Can we show any of it here? Because trust me, me describing it is not going to do it justice. I'm sorry.
No, I'll get it up now. Hang on. Let me see. Will this work? Picture in picture. No, that's not going to work. Right. Expand. No, that's not going to work either. Hang on. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Right. Get that. Oh yes, that's what I was doing wrong. I knew there was something I was doing wrong. Copy video address. No. Copy the fucking tab, you dickhead. Did this, did that. Because I'm bringing it in from Chrome and I can't fucking log into this, right? Okay, so I've got the speech ready. That. Okay, share screen. All right, Vance, get ready for the world's greatest speech in the world ever.
Yeah, again, this is gonna be something if it tops Les Truss saying we import 2/3 of our cheese. That is a disgrace.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Stand up and
Can you hear that?
For the freedoms we have won. Against socialism, whether it is made of velvet or iron. Have courage and conviction, because when you do, you move our countrymen, our communities and capital of all kinds to our cause. Stand up and fight, because when you stand up and fight, the person beside you stands up and fights. And when our party stands up and fights, the nation stands up and fights. And when our nation
this is deepfake AI, fights, right?
Other nations stand up and fight. And they stand up and fight for the things upon which the entire progress of humanity
depends. This is Super Tanksky doing like a parody, isn't it?
Freedom.
Yeah.
That is what conservatives do. That is what this nation does. Have courage. Bring hope. Stand up and fight. Stand up and fight. Thank you, conference.
That is the world's.
I told you.
I don't know if you guys remember when she was one of the last three in the leadership contest. You know, that Les Truss ultimately won.
Yeah, I knew you'd like that, Rick.
I mean, you know, when Les Truss and Rishi Sunak were the last two, Penny Mordaunt was the final one eliminated before it came down to those two.
Yeah.
There was a picture of her from the leadership campaign, and she looked like she was posing and looking like Alan Bastard from The New Statesman. This felt like one of his speeches.
Oh, God. Oh, that's brilliant.
Ram, did you catch our brilliant speech?
I just missed it. I just saw you guys laughing at it, though.
Oh, mate. Rick B blew his load over it because, you know.
Oh, lovely.
He loves that kind of thing. So, I mean, that was the epitome of the Tory conference right there. Just a bunch of hot air garbage and hate speech.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Fringe.
Yeah. And
yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I was watching you guys on my phone, and I saw that guy who got kicked out, the gay Tory voter who got kicked out. And I really didn't like the way the Guardian put the information there, but it could be misconstrued. People might misunderstand it, thinking that he's the transphobic guy or he's the homophobic guy getting kicked out of the conference, which isn't the case. He just called Suella Braverman transphobic, homophobic.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was saying the speech was homophobic trash.
Yeah, he was saying it. Yeah,
and he was being quite clear though when he was being escorted out that this was a case of that Suella Braverman was whipping up transphobia in the Tory party, and he objected to it as he was a sitting Tory on the London Assembly, I should say.
And he'll probably still vote Tory regardless, but he's a fucking idiot. These people usually are like they don't see the very bigotry and xenophobia being thrown at them regarding these minority voters, and yet they'll vote for these fuckers.
Well, yeah, I mean the Tory candidate for the London mayoral election, she was confronted about the fact that she shared pictures of Enoch Powell.
Yeah.
And
she had the fucking audacity to say that Jews are afraid of Sadiq Khan.
Yeah. And when she was confronted of it by Nick Ferrari, of all people. I mean, Nick Ferrari, a guy who is pretty much sympathetic to white nationalists and racists on his show. She was saying, well, if I offended anyone, I apologize. And he confronted her and says, you keep saying if you offended anyone. If you offended anyone, do you not understand why what you posted would be offensive to people?
Fucking understand.
I hate that. When you listen to those sort of apologies, you got to see between the lines because they're not being apologetic whatsoever.
Yeah, of course not. They don't give a shit. They're like, oh, sorry, I got caught and called out for it.
Yeah,
more than anything.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was the Tory party conference. We are going to move on to Space Karen. Take it.
Yes, Elon Musk is being sued for defamation. It was a gentleman called Ben Brody is suing him for $1 million. And this is because Elon Musk spread a conspiracy theory that Ben Brody was involved with a neo-Nazi protest, one that got involved in a fight with the Proud Boys. Now, Ben Brody was nowhere near this, but Twitter identified him as being involved because they got a picture of one of the neo-Nazis being unmasked, and somebody found Ben Brody's social media profile and found that his picture looks somewhat similar. So they put two.
Oh yeah, I saw this. That guy's face, it did look very similar. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah,
but they put two and two together and came up with the answer of 37. This was a case of this guy Ben Brody. The picture they took, ironically enough, was from his Jewish fraternity at college. Yeah, so he would definitely be associated with a neo-Nazi group. But he also had in his bio that he, after he graduates from college, because he's a political science major, he wants to work for the government. So again, a whole lot of people on the alt-right came to the conclusion that he was planted there by the feds. Now, Ben Brody at the time was hundreds of miles away. He was, I believe this, right, so this event with the Proud Boys and these neo-Nazis, this took place in Oregon. And Ben Brody at the time was in Los Angeles. He was watching a game with at Dodger Stadium. He was with his mother at the time watching a game at Dodger Stadium, and he gets named online as this neo-Nazi. He even posts a video on Twitter, and he completely debunks this. He says, "Well, no, look, this guy is not me." And he showed receipts. He had CCTV footage from places that he'd been. He'd managed to procure that, and he was able to use that to help timestamp a bunch of receipts for purchases he'd made. So he was able to say, look, this is definitely not me. You've got the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Elon Musk puts out on Twitter in response to an article from some alt-right news site that one of the guys involved was a poli-science major at college who wants to work for the government. He's basically implicating it's Ben Brody.
Yeah.
So Ben Brody still gets caught up with this web of people accusing him of being this plant for the feds, working for them, out there to infiltrate some neo-Nazi organization. And his life is threatened. His address is posted everywhere online. He gets people sending him death threats and a whole bunch of other messages. So he has now taken it upon himself to sue Elon Musk. He's looking for over $1 million. Now, Musk has already been approached about it. Well, I say Musk, but his legal team, I should say, have been approached about this. Musk is not going to apologize, and he's not going to remove the tweet, which is still up after all these months. But what was indicated by his legal team to Ben Brody's lawyer is that they intend to sue him into oblivion. If he intends to pursue this, they will make his life miserable and they will bankrupt him.
Yeah.
All Ben Brody wanted was a public apology and a retraction, and he's not getting it. Ironically, I think Ben Brody has actually got a very good chance because he's got one damn good lawyer fighting his corner. His lawyer is Mark Bankston. That's the same Mark Bankston who sued Alex Jones on behalf of the Sandy Hook family.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. Bankston is, he's spoken about this case. I believe he gave a report recently to Sam Cedar, and he said this is probably going to take a few years. It's been filed in Texas, so at least there's anti-SLAPP legislation there, which means Musk can't just tie this up with a SLAPP suit and just try and bankrupt Ben Brody, to get him to drop the case.
Yeah, that's great.
What Elon Musk is trying to do is he's trying to have a summary judgment and have the case thrown out, and at which point he will then be able to potentially claim the cost of his legal fees from Ben Brody.
Right.
But Bankston is going to be fighting this because Alex Jones did try the same thing.
Okay. Well, good. Let's hope Space Karen loses the fucking battle for putting somebody's life in danger. Not that he'll learn from it. He never does.
I mean, $1 million is peanuts to him. I mean,
it's nothing.
At some point, I think he might
consider a penny to him.
Yeah, I think at some point he might consider settling. I mean, it's not the only legal issue that that douche Wayne has got coming his way.
No, he's got the banks to deal with as well.
No, I was thinking more the fact that Grimes has filed for parental rights over their children. The 3 children that she has with him, she's attempting to sue him for parental rights.
They were still together. I think they should just kick out another Sprague.
Yeah, but I think what's happening is that she wants to sue for parental rights so that if anything does happen, she will be able to sue for custody.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, great. Hopefully she wins.
Yeah, because that's like what 11 kids he's got.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And never spends any time with any of them.
Well, one of them doesn't want anything to do with him.
Yeah, there's a couple who don't want anything to do with him. But I mean, he's definitely fathered almost certainly fathered more children than Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
Well, we can speculate how many children Boris Johnson's got.
Yeah, we don't even know how many children Boris Johnson has.
We know of 7 that he's.
We know of 7, but there's potentially double that.
He's fathered the Osmond family, basically.
Pretty much. Okay, so
by the way, Nick Ferrari lives near Rick B. That's understandable because you both go to the same clan nights.
No. Ferrari's that right wing. Pretty right wing.
Yeah. They don't bother with hoods anymore. It's called the BNP.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
Ginger, in case you're wondering, these are Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts, lovely. Never had a Pop-Tart. Don't really care.
Chocolate sundae flavor.
What's your review? How many out of 10?
7.
Not bad. Finally, fucking real conversation.
A little dry. By the way, you saw my review on the chocolate mint, yeah?
Goddamn right, I saw the review on the chocolate mints. I'm not surprised they're delicious. Yeah.
Gave it an 8.
I mean,
I wasn't like blown away.
Didn't have any at my Tesco.
Well, wasn't blown away by it, but it was absolutely delicious, you know. So
well, that's because you had it orally. Once you have it rectally, it might change your opinion.
Man, you know. Give me a cool asshole.
Yeah. Cool your ring
and refreshing as well.
Of course. Okay, so I have this one I wanna go on to here. Pat Condell.
Is he still alive?
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
well, yes, he is.
We mentioned him briefly. We mentioned him briefly last week on NerdTube. We again during last week's podcast, we just touched upon him very, very briefly. It turned out he'd uploaded a video just 2 days before our show, and it was his first one in about 2 years, and apparently it is now his last on YouTube because it was banned for hate speech.
What did he say?
His video was called OK Groomer, and it was about 5.5 minutes of just unhinged homophobia and transphobia.
He's moved on from being anti-Muslim to being anti-gay now.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, he's embraced a lot of far-right bigotry. I mean, he's got an account on Gab, and he spent a lot of time on that with COVID conspiracies.
Gab? Well, look, for me, he was a guy who would go after Muslim people because it means going after brown people, and he would actually defend gay people because the Muslims were very openly homophobic, and they still are to this day. But it kind of shows you that the far right ideology is basically whatever we're targeting next, and they've aligned themselves, a lot of them, with the fucking Muslims because Muslims themselves, with their own ideology, you know, are far right. So they align themselves with the Muslims, and now they're going after the target they all want to go after, which is the fucking gays, instead of pretending to be on their side. You know, they don't have to anymore. And this is what Pat Condell's doing. I mean, he stands for absolutely nothing. He's just a bigoted fucking old man.
Well, Pat Condell effectively was, at one point he was the most subscribed to atheist channel on YouTube.
Incredible, that is.
But here's the thing. I mean, you know, he wasn't engaged in any of the debates or any of the drama. It was a case of he would write out this monologue that he would perform on camera and just upload that. Mm-hmm. But it was more it was more style than substance. And what I mean by that is that a lot of the stuff he would say, it fell apart under even the most basic of scrutiny. And in a lot of cases, if you were to even just look at the links that Pat Condell would post in the video description, showing the sources for his claims, and just read past the headline, they would debunk Pat's claim. So, in one case in particular, I can immediately think of was when he went in this rant about halal food, and he was claiming that it was in supermarkets everywhere. Now, if you read the article that he linked in his description, they listed all the supermarkets and their responses about whether or not they were carrying halal food. Now, Asda was the only one that didn't respond, but the rest all said, no, we don't have halal beef or halal chicken. We do have halal lamb, but that's because it's come from New Zealand. So if because New Zealand slaughters all their lamb in that style.
Yeah.
So it's just a case of, look, if you don't want halal lamb, don't buy New Zealand lamb, buy British lamb.
Look, living in London, Shredder, there's halal food everywhere in Tesco's.
Look, I'm not saying
back then.
But the point is that for capitalism, it would be stupid not to cater to fucking Muslims as well. You know, so exactly. It's a smart move to have halal food. So they'll shop at their fucking place and not go to a halal butcher.
In certain areas where there are a high concentration of Muslims, where there's a large Muslim community, supermarkets do have a halal range. They've got a separate halal range. But the way Condell was talking about it, he was saying that every
kosher range as well.
Yeah, they got kosher as well.
But the way he was talking about it was that the supermarkets were stocking halal food. They were not labeling it, and everyone was being forced to eat it by was being forced to buy halal meat by proxy, which it just wasn't true. The Co-op at that time had like a halal range in like 3 of their shops.
Mm-hmm. And where I live, I'm surrounded by Muslims and Jews. It's like fucking, it's like being on the Gaza Strip. And but regardless, the shops here, but the shops here, are full of fucking kosher and halal food because it makes sense. They are your local customers. Cater to them.
But again, it's labeled as such. It's stocked and labeled as such. But again, when Pat Kendall was going in his rant, he was talking about, like, say, if I was to go to like a branch of Tesco in Milton Keynes, and pick, buy a packet of like beef steak, it would be I would be purchasing halal, but it just wasn't true.
Yeah, exactly. But
and by the way, Rick B, that's absolute bollocks. That comment about halal meat, because New Zealand, again, while they slaughter in the fashion of halal, they do stun the lamb before they kill them.
It's by law they have to stun them.
So
even here in the UK, they stun the animals. It's by law. They have to do it.
So if a halal slaughterhouse in New Zealand processing lamb does stun the animals.
Yeah,
but
Turkey follows the same rules as well. By the way, just to be clear, I can't speak for a lot of other countries, but Turkey was obviously going to be halal. They have to stun the animals as well before they execute them for haram. So
But
I'm waiting for fucking halal Wagyu beef. Bring it on.
Yeah,
the Japanese don't give a fuck about you.
I mean, the other one that was just hilarious, which was the whole 9/11 mosque shit. It was like, it's not a mosque. It's not a mosque.
Yeah,
it's not a mosque. It was 2 blocks away, and the thing is that it wasn't going to be built in September 11th. It was built in March.
Well, no, it wasn't 9/11 Mosque. It was called the Ground Zero Mosque, but they were saying it was too close to the site of the former World Trade Center, even though there was actually a mosque operating in that area at the time. Yeah, it was actually operating in the vicinity of Ground Zero when the World Trade Center got hit.
Yeah,
but
these things are so irrelevant. It pisses me off when they make it relevant.
Yeah, but again, here's the thing. Pat Kendall, he was basically, he effectively became like that racist relative that everybody has on Facebook, the one that you always try and avoid seeing the post from, because they put stuff like Enoch Powell was right, or they share a picture like of Alf Garnett with some heinously racist shit next to it.
Yeah.
And that was Pat's motif. I mean, a lot of people called him out on this back in the day because, as you pointed out, Sam, that his obsession with Islam seemed to be more focused on wanting to bash brown people, because he would shift almost to BNP-esque language in the sense that occasionally, if you listen to some of his videos when he started going off on the deep end on Islam, he would interchange Muslims with Arabs.
Yeah.
And we also got other things from him too, though, that did indicate that yes, he was doing this primarily to bash brown people, because he endorsed Tommy Robinson in the EDL. He had endorsed UKIP when they were a vehemently anti-Islam party.
Yes, he did. I remember that.
He had asked people to sign a petition in his video descriptions for a long time. For a piece of supposed piece of legislation by a guy called Tom Tancredo, which was called the Jihad Prevention Act. And this piece of legislation, by the way, was unconstitutional. It was unconstitutional, and it would actually strip Muslim Americans of the citizenship. Tom Tancredo, meanwhile, was so unhinged that he actually advocated that if America was hit with another terrorist attack, a proportionate response would be to nuke the Muslim holy sites of Mecca and Medina and kill thousands of innocent people.
Yeah.
Well, look, things
perfectly reasonable response there.
But this was what Pat Kendall used to advocate for.
Yeah, but I'm really curious to see what Pat Kendall's about now regarding Muslims, because the alt-right has a lot of admiration for the Muslims, and there is a bridge now being built with people like Andrew Tate and Sneaker and all these motherfuckers converting to Islam. And you know, the alt-right are a very hateful bunch, and when they see like Orthodox Islam, you know, being anti-gay,
We
women
are,
in the
Liam.
fucking kitchen, you know, all of this sort of shit. You know, they admire that, and they like that, and they probably want their side to be like that as well. So I wonder what Pat Condell would think now about Muslims. It'll be interesting.
I tend to disagree with you. I don't think they're siding with people like Andrew Tate because of Islam, because you know they were in agreement with Andrew Tate long before.
Not because of Islam, but Islam has become more palatable, you know, to the alt-right, and how they see things. They're pretty much the same. But people always said that they pretty much are the same, and now they're noticing that they are the same, and that's why I think it's more palatable.
I tend to disagree. I mean, all you have to do is look at the comments that somebody like Mehdi Hassan gets from the alt-right about, you know, the fact that he's
but that's because he's liberal, dude. You know what I mean? You know, he's liberal. He's not homophobic and all that shit. He's not your stereotypical.
I mean, just because they embrace people like Candace Owens. I mean, just because the alt-right embraces people like Candace Owens, it doesn't mean they like black people.
No, and that's obvious. But they need their tokens.
Yeah. Like if they've got their stooges, they'll tolerate their stooges.
For sure, they need them.
It's a weird one again, because like Sadiq Khan, he gets a lot of fucking hate, but again for the same reason. He's a bit, you know, he's Labour. He's not Tory.
He's a neoliberal, so he's going to be, regardless of
all this kind of stuff.
So regardless of being, you know, he's neo when it comes to business, but he's liberal when it comes to social activities.
He's just a bog standard centrist. Yeah, he's
exactly. So
he's benign. Of all the three mayors that we've had, like he's the best of the bunch. And
so he's still going to get the hate. He's still going to get the hate because he's left wing. Now the alt-right are going to hate on Muslims who are left wing. You know, they're not going to hate on the ones that are like your Andrew Tates and all that sort of shit, because they still deliver the same sort of rhetoric that they like. You know, I mean, the alt-right.
I don't believe that Andrew Tate is a Muslim. I think he's just doing it for attention.
I agree. I agree.
How often does he actually talk about Islam?
Hardly ever. Oh, he tweets about it now and again, and that's about it.
Tommy Robinson used to tweet about Christianity, but you know, really.
No, I agree. I agree. I agree. I'm 100% with you on that. You know,
but Steve Khan is a wanker. It's got nothing to do with Labour. Yes, it is. It's got everything. No, you're right. Actually, it's because he's Indian and he's Muslim, and that's why there's an emphasis on attacking Sadiq Khan compared to Livingston and Johnson. But back to Pat Condell.
Yeah, I mean,
when you were in Nick Ferrari and at your clown rallies, you burnt effigies of him on a daily basis. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, but as I was saying, back to Condell, I mean, Pat Condell is probably the big reason I have no time at all for groups like the National Secular Society, because they endorsed him long after like all this stuff came out. You know, him endorsing the EDL, him endorsing UKIP, him supporting the Jihad Prevention Act, etc. Richard Dawkins continued to sell his DVDs and books long after his forums had banned him, because the moderators on the Richard Dawkins forums were not comfortable with Pat Condell's rhetoric, especially after he endorsed UKIP and the EDL.
Yeah.
And Dawkins, I think, was continuing to sell Pat Condell's DVDs, I think, up until maybe about 6-7 months after, you know, Condell was named in Anders Breivik's manifesto.
Yeah, I think I was one of the few religious people who was called on a regular basis, because I said this guy is a flaming danger.
Hey, look, there were plenty of us atheists who were calling him out too, Gary. I mean, you know, you
guys did.
A lot of us recognize where he was going. I mean, again, you don't have to be a genius to work out how much he's bleeding to the far right when he proclaimed Geert Wilders as a hero.
Yeah,
you know, Richard Dawkins is a guy who wanted mosques closed down, and he wanted all Arabic, you know, not just Muslim, but he wanted all Arabic immigration into the Netherlands banned.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like I said, now like the tides have turned a little bit, and you know, alt-right and Christians and Muslims are more in line with each other than they've ever been in recent years.
True.
it would be interesting to see where Pat Condell lies regarding Muslims nowadays, considering he hates fucking gays, they hate fucking gays. What's what I mean? They're strange bedfellows right now.
I think Condell is just basically a fucking white supremacist. Let's be honest.
Let's see. OK Groomer was his latest one, but YouTube took that down. And again, rightfully so. I'm really shocked that YouTube actually did take any action on that because, again, we've discussed what the quartering for Tim Pool or Steven Crowder or Matt Walsh have been allowed to get away with.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh has been the worst.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen this recently, but do you guys know who Jeffrey Marsh is?
Why does that sound familiar?
Jeffrey Marsh.
Yes, so basically they are big trans advocate who basically does a lot of things to make a safe space for trans youth, basically, to come and talk to them.
We're invincible, Bones.
Right, so basically a lot of the right wingers have been accusing Jeffrey Marsh of being a groomer and being a pedophile with zero evidence. 0.0 evidence. This is just because they say, "Oh, I want to speak to the kids," and talks about the fact that he wants to let them know that their parents are wrong about them and all this sort of stuff. Try to give positive reinforcement from probably kids who don't get that at home. But again, people on the right don't understand that because they live in their own bubble.
I don't understand what that has to do with what we were just talking about.
No. I'm just discussing how that Jeffrey Marsh is talking about suing Matt Walsh for calling him a groomer. So it's a similar sort of thing. So I'm surprised that he hasn't been taken well for a similar sort of thing.
I mean, Pat Condell's last few videos, they've not been as frequent as they used to be. I think he's done like one or two, maybe a year. But again, his last video, not counting the one that YouTube took down, was like 2 years ago. But the topics he's been covering have been things like mostly Brexit. He did a rant about China and the coronavirus.
Of course he did.
Because of course he fucking did. But his tweet, by the way, he put a tweet out when his video was taken down. It reads, "As expected, my new video, OK Groomer, was quickly removed by YouTube for hate speech, but not before it had generated 108,000 views and thousands of overwhelmingly positive comments which tell their own story." Well, yeah, it does tell a story. It tells me that you have quite a large audience of fucking bigots. And Pat
pedophiles.
And Pat is basically going for argument ad populism here. So he's saying that because his video got 108,000 views and he had a bunch of people commenting on it positively, that somehow should justify YouTube keeping it up. Well, Daddy05 got hundreds of thousands of views on his content, and he got loads of messages praising him, loads of comments praising him, despite the fact that, yes, he was abusing his children. So, were YouTube unjustified taking that down? I mean, or how about, we look at Twitter, where he's posted this to. Twitter, Elon Musk reinstated the account of a guy called Dom Lucre, who had posted child pornography to that site.
Yeah,
now, the tweet where he posted the images of child porn before it had been taken down. No, that tweet's gone. What happened was Musk, Twitter's child sexual exploitation team shut down Dom Lucre's account. Musk decided to overrule them, and what he did was he deleted the tweet that in question that was sharing the images and reinstated the account. It's definitely all about protecting minors. But the Dom Lucre account, the tweet where he'd actually put out the images of child porn, that tweet had been viewed 3 million times. It had been favorited about 17,000 times. Does that mean it's somehow right? Again, argument ad populum.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't fucking get how anybody can take this guy seriously when he is literally just saying that, oh well, my video got so many thousands of views, so it should stay up on YouTube.
Not the way it works, but
not the way it works, buddy.
But he continues on. He says, "Parents don't want their children's minds corrupted with gender ideology, queer theory, and sexual pornography by people who think the world revolves around their libido." Again, we said this about Tim Pool last week. Pat, if you can't see gay, trans, bisexual, genderqueer people and not think of pornography, well, that's your fucking problem, mate. It says more about you than it does them.
True.
Exactly. I mean,
all right, I'll go, Ginger.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, what cracks me up is, like, don't forget, these are the people like him, people like Dawkins and Harris and all that, who made their names for being these incredible free thinkers, these atheists and all this kind of stuff. Well, I wouldn't say incredible, but, free thinkers, open-minded, supposed to know all this kind of shit. And yet, here we are, where they just basically, Pat Condell in particular, just parroting Daily Mail bollocks or far-right American bollocks. It's just like, how is it you have the will to understand that God doesn't exist, and yet you can't put two and two together and realize that right-wing rhetoric is actually just as fucking batshit crazy as, all the Christian stuff that we've had rammed down our throats.
It's funny you mentioned Daily Mail propaganda because he does actually come up with something a little later on, which I'll discuss. But just going back to his tweet, he says, YouTube is mainstream media now. For me, there's no point in posting any more videos there. In future, I'll post all my videos directly on Twitter or X, the X Twitter. I hope my YouTube subscribers will follow me here. Yeah, he's basically now posting on sites that really don't have any fucking community standards. So he's posting his stuff to Twitter. He's posting his stuff to Rumble. Zam's falling asleep on the stream again.
No. I'm looking at my phone.
He's looking at his phone.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my phone, sorry.
But yeah, he's basically posting all of his shit to platforms that have no community guidelines. So, he can get away with whatever the hell he wants. What I'm going to find quite funny, and I'm predicting this will happen at some point, Pat Condell is probably going to boast about how many more views he's getting on Twitter and Rumble than he got on YouTube, and not realize that the only reason he's getting those views is because their algorithms are fucking shit.
Yeah. Well, that, and even if you scroll past the video, it counts as a view.
Yeah, Twitter, if you scroll through the site and you scroll past, it automatically plays a video when you're scrolling past. And that 1 second that it plays counts on Twitter as a view. And we mentioned this previously as well. There's a YouTuber called Jose. He's got a video where he exposes the fact that Rumble counts every viewer who watches for every 8 seconds as a unique view. So if let's say there's like an 80 second clip, and I'm the only person that watches it. If I watch right the way through to the end, I count as 10 views on that one video.
Really?
Yeah. So
that's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And well, here's the thing: it's not so much of a big issue unless Rumble are trying to convince advertisers that look at how many tens of thousands of views so that this person gets on our platform. We think you should advertise here. If they're trying to sell that to advertisers, then they're setting themselves up for a case of fraud.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at our stream that we did. What did it get on Rumble? Was it over 200 views? It
was over 200 views, but I don't think watched.
Yeah.
But they can't all be bots, though. Like, what? I mean,
no, I'm not saying it's bots. It's a case of like one person counts as a unique view every 8 seconds. So if I was to watch again, let's say I clicked on our stream and
I get you.
20 seconds. Yeah. I would count as 2 views.
Yeah.
But with regard to the Daily Mail talking points, Pat in this video, again, it was pure homophobia and transphobia. He was linking gay and trans people to pedophiles, and he brought up something that's actually originated in my neck of the woods up here in Scotland, and he put a new spin on
Rowling.
A lie. Well, no, it was nothing to do with J.K. Rowling. But what happened was that he put a new spin on something that the newspapers ran with at the end of last year. I think it was the 30th of December. A bunch of the newspapers. So there was the Daily Mail, there was the Sun, the Telegraph, the Daily Express. They all ran with this story claiming that in Scotland, pedophiles were going to be renamed to minor attracted persons.
Max.
I don't know if any of you remember.
Oh, that stupid term.
Yeah. I remember this story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: that story was debunked the very next day. Now, it
always is. Yeah.
Pat Condell mentioned, he accused gay and trans people, of trying to normalize pedophilia by having the terminology changed to minor attracted persons, which I thought was a bit strange because this is a new spin on it. I mean, when the papers ran with this, they said this was wokeness gone nuts, so the PC gone mad, or in the case of the Express, they tried to blame the European Union for it.
Yeah.
Now, the whole thing with minor attracted persons all came from the newspaper articles they picked up on the Chief Constable's year-end report for 2021-2022. And it was 2 sentences in that report that the papers ran with. So the sentences in the report said, Specialist Crime Division, Public Protection, has engaged in the Horizon Europe project, Prevention of Child Sexual Exploitation, CSE. The project's main agenda is to develop understanding and approach to avoid the victimization of children by engaging minor attracted people, MAPs, and providing them with the necessary support, treatment, and guidance to help prevent criminal activities. Now, these sentences, they were in another report as well. It was called Standard of Service for Victims and Witnesses. So that was in their annual report as well. However, Police Scotland they came out swinging and publicly refuted this, and they said this isn't true. Said that the media had misrepresented their position on that term, minor attracted person. So this was from Detective Chief Superintendent Sam Falls, and they said, Police Scotland does not use the term minor attracted person to describe this type of offender, and any suggestion otherwise completely misrepresents our position. The term referenced in a Police Scotland report in June 2022 was quoted from proposal documents for the establishment of their Horizon project, a European consortium to tackle child sexual abuse and exploitation. At the very first meeting of the consortium in Warsaw in September 2022, Police Scotland officers successfully lobbied for the MAP term to be removed from recognised terminology used by more than 20 European partners. Our view was that the term was entirely unacceptable in describing someone either involved in sexual offending against children or who has indecent thoughts towards them. So again, Police Scotland not only came out and said, we don't use this terminology, we never have, we lobbied for other forces in Europe to not use it.
Yeah.
And they were successful. So again, this was completely debunked on December 31st. Pat Condell has taken this, and rather than doing even slightly cursory research, he tried to spin this as now being, well, this is something that the gays and the transgenders have lobbied for, and it's not fucking true.
It's not fucking true at all. There's been paedophile groups in America that have tried to attach their fucking flag to the unified
NAMBLA?
NAMBLA.
Yeah, it was somebody else, but they were trying to attach, and basically the LGBTQ community turned around and told them to go fuck themselves.
I remember that. I saw that clip.
We've had groups
I'm chewing, Daniel. I'm chewing.
Look, we've had groups in this country as well advocate for paedophilia. The Paedophile Information Exchange.
Correct.
Yeah.
But again, the fact that Pat Condell was willing to take this and spin this, utter lie to his audience who bought it, is disgusting, and I'm quite glad YouTube took it down. But again, it's not surprising when you look at all the stuff he's previously spun. I mean, he claimed that. I mean, he attacked an atheist group for supposedly wanting to tear down nativities because they hate Christmas and hate Christianity. When actually, the atheist group in question can actually involve people like Richard Dawkins and also the late Christopher Hitchens. And what they were protesting against was the fact that there was a nativity in front of a court. Now that's government property.
Yeah.
So they wanted it, to be removed because of the separation of church and state.
And did you say Pat Condell rallied against that?
Yeah, he was condemning this atheist group for wanting, again, a separation of church and state. He's ranted about Sweden and their political system without knowing the first fucking thing about it.
Is he just a fucking contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian?
I don't think he's a contrarian. I think he's just one of these angry old gammon who will say anything and then try and bluster the way out as soon as you point out any facts to them.
Fucking old prick.
That sounds like a contrarian to me.
Yeah, that's pretty much contrarian.
No, again, contrarian is just, just being wrong for the sake of it, or trying to,
disagree for the sake of disagreeing.
Disagreeing for the sake of it. I mean, in his case, I think he's one of these old gammon pricks who thinks that his opinion should count as fact.
Yeah.
Old man shouts at cloud.
Pretty much.
Old man shouts at Muslims. Yeah.
Again, he's the racist old relative that everybody has got. That's you've tried to discuss politics with at some point, and they refuse to accept reality. I mean, I've got an uncle, for example, who, he said that there's no such thing as an honest politician, and I said, well, Charles Kennedy, Dennis Skinner, Paul Flynn, and this says, well, yeah, but they're few and far between. Or when they go on about the European, one of my uncles in particular, he was a supporter of Brexit, and he would speak to me about it because he knows that I talk about politics, and he said that the European Union is not what it was set out to be. He says, well, no, it's evolved. He says, yeah, but we're allowing people to run roughshod, European courts to run roughshod of us. Yeah, and I tried to explain to him. You do know who set up the European Court of Human Rights, right? He says, no. I told him it's Winston Churchill. It was his legacy.
Oh, there's ironic.
Gammon's a racist term. Gammon, the term that Charles Dickens was using to describe red-faced people, with absolutely no substance.
I remember that Lilt advert back in the day.
Eggs, you get glassed. Great.
Do you remember that advert of Lilt? And the Lilt man comes, and then he goes, and then somebody goes to him, Gammons on South Beach, and I said, no, not Gammons, lobsters on South Beach, and then he goes to South Beach, and the lobsters are all these fucking very red-looking white people, you know what I mean? And he's got Lilt for them, so they can cool down and stuff like that. And here comes the Lilt man. Lilt. Oh man, that was good old days. And I'm chewing those grapes.
Lobster's too classy for this country.
Yeah, so.
But do either of you two have any thoughts or memories of Pat Condell?
I just remember him blocking me on YouTube. That's all I remember. I called him out on some anti-Muslim rhetoric that he was racist rhetoric, not anti-Muslim. If you're gonna criticize a religion, I'm there for you. I don't care if it's Islam or whatever. But it was just fucking racist bollocks.
The thing with Pat Condell, he was one of the first people who initially disappointed me because he was somebody I initially admired. I thought he was like one of these. He's a bit like he was almost like a British version of Jon Stewart, where these are stand-up comedians, and when they stop being funny and start being serious, you want to stay very well away from them, but they'll fuck you up because these guys know what they're talking about. But he didn't. Eventually, he ended up just being a dickhead. And I actually had more admiration for the atheist YouTube community because they all saw between the lines and they weren't wrapped up in his rhetoric of bigotry and xenophobia, which kind of then considered.
There were two camps. There were those who actually did support his style of rhetoric and bigotry. So people like Thunderfoot, for example.
Yeah, but the people who I am still friends with now weren't. You know what I mean? So
the ones of us that went to the meetups and things like that. The ones.
Yeah, exactly. The ones that I would follow and stuff like that. But at the same time, I do feel that when it came to maybe certain YouTubers who were a bit more affiliated. So who are a lot closer to the.
Go fuck yourself, Liam.
Let me rephrase myself. At the same time, these same YouTubers, they actually weren't necessarily calling out people who they were associated with. Those people, at time Coughlin, Riff Randell, Scouse Casper. I mentioned all these people because Liam's here, who were proper fucking dickheads at times, but because they were part of this sort of clique and shit like that, people gave them a pass. You know, he's bipolar, he's this, he's that. Where they can get away with being absolute fucking assholes, and people constantly gave these sort of people a pass when they shouldn't have.
Well, Reth no longer shows his face anywhere online, apart from I think Facebook. After he got outed.
Look, I like to consider myself a good judge of character, and I always thought he was a fucking cunt from day one. Ever since I called him a fat Toby Maguire, and he didn't like that joke. Yeah, you know what I mean? And he didn't like that joke, and then he got upset. He got offended by me and shit like that. But I always knew that he was a cunt. And I'm really happy because I always consider myself to be a good judge of character, and I'm very happy that I was right on him. You know,
the only one I was
giving him a pass because he was Coughlin's mate and stuff like that. So people gave him a pass. He was part of the cool kids. Give him a pass. You know what I mean?
The only one I was disappointed with, because like I said, I never liked Riff at all. I knew what he was about. I was disappointed with Tommy from the Bronx when he down the fucking anti-Muslim route as well. That was really frustrating because I used to fucking love that guy. He used to crack me the fuck up. But yeah, that was the main one I was disappointed with. The rest just started becoming like, you know, when the religion died down and it was more just about the politics, then you're just like, okay, we don't agree. We'll just go our separate ways, kind of thing. It wasn't like a big fallout. It's just like, all right, you're one of those. I'm not. That's fair enough.
And we pretty much said what we had to say as well. Like, we couldn't keep repeating ourselves, you know. But you know what? Regarding Tommy from the Bronx, he actually made a video where he showed somebody kind of nervously laughing because this one woman made a joke about they were talking about like their past experiences, and she made like a crude joke on herself about how she was once raped, and the guy in her blog TV nervously laughed as a way of responding to that, and then Tommy from the Bronx came down on that guy for laughing about her being raped when he wasn't really laughing. That was the response he gave because he didn't know how else to respond, you know, because she was actually making a joke about herself. And Tommy from the Bronx came down really hard on this guy, and I felt like Tommy from the Bronx was being really fucking stupid, and I stopped watching him after that. And then you're now telling me that he's alt-right and stuff like that. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, it's not that he's alt-right. I don't know if he's alt-right. He just you know, just again became a bit of a Dawkins, like just a lot of anti-Muslim stuff, just a lot of the kind of weird fear-mongering that he fell for. Yeah, on the other side of it, you have Scouse Casper, who became like SJW extreme, and was just getting offended by somebody just saying the word stupid, and it wasn't even calling anyone stupid. It was just using the word stupid, and she's like, "That's an ableist word. You can't use that." And I'm like, "Fuck you! What are you don't fucking police me on certain words that I can use that are benign." And after that, I just blocked her. I was like, "Yeah. Fuck off, you."
Yeah, she had the argument once with
too many arguments with
Raven when Raven was Rob from Dev Shell, and she could have had Rob on her blog TV to have this debate, but she didn't want to. She just wanted, so Rob had to basically defend himself by text, communicating on text. And there was, I can't remember what it was all about, but I think she was very harsh to him at the time, and he never gave him an opportunity to respond verbally. She just wanted to keep herself on the platform without bringing him onto the channel, and I thought that wasn't very cool of her. Because if you're going to make these sort of comments, and if with somebody you know as well, then give them a chance to defend themselves on a platform so they can explain themselves, and she never did that. So fuck her. Fuck her all the way to her kidneys. Fuck her. Yeah, I mean,
you can just say to heck with her, you know.
And I think the one who had the biggest downfall was probably Reth Randall. I mean, 2016. I think it was 2016, and you know he's not really shown his face anywhere online because he got outed. He was I think he was a moderator on Zoe Quinn's Crash Override network. And
I don't
he
know
was
what that is, but
it was a feminist website, and what happened was he was using the information he had from Crash Override as a little black book to harass women online.
Yeah, that does. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can't take your Republican.
He was asking women for nude photos, under the threat that he would, self-harm.
Yeah,
if he didn't receive them, and people gave them to him, and he got outed for it in a big way. And initially he tried to sell it, and he was like, "Oh, I'm owning my shit," and nobody was buying it. So he disappeared.
I mean, you've crossed that fucking line.
And he's never showed his face again on YouTube or any other website apart from I think he's got a profile still on Facebook.
Yeah, well, I hope he doesn't fucking show his face. He can go fuck himself. That's disgusting.
I'm very happy.
He also I think he got found out that he lied about his past, about being abused as well.
He started on the far right as a Republican, and then moved over to the left in a political sense. In the political sense, he moved over to the left as a Democrat.
Riff?
Yeah.
I always thought he was Republican. One of those guys that would still vote Republican, but just be an atheist.
We stopped associating with that prick years ago, so he probably moved over by that point.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, he registered as a Democrat at one point. I don't know if he still is.
Yeah. Again, I haven't dealt with that idiot since 2010. I think 2011.
I mean, the guy was a trust fund baby.
Oh, complete trust fund baby. No surprise there.
And
yet he still accused his parents or his father or stepfather or whatever the fuck was. You can never tell with him. He was such a liar of sexually abusing him or something. I remember him saying.
He claimed that he'd been sexually assaulted when he was a minor, but I've never heard it clarified. I don't want to shit on him for that, because I don't know if that was true. I mean, there's guys, for example.
I think somebody called him out. I think he got exposed by somebody in his personal circle that it was a lie. I remember something to that effect.
I don't recall that. I recall people like the Amazing Atheist lying about being raped when he was younger.
Oh yeah, well, he eventually. I never liked that guy anyway. Yeah,
I do think he's changed. He's taken the change for the better. By the way, for what a lot of people are saying, but yeah, if people have lost their flavor,
he's grown up, which is a shocker.
Yeah.
I still don't like
look, now I want to quickly go into Coughlin now because we all know back in the day, DPR Jones, he was made fun of. So he was accused of being a paedophile by Venom Fan X. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Do you know why he was accused of that?
I've forgotten now, but
I can explain that because it's a matter very close to me.
Okay.
DPR Jones during a charity live stream, one of the things for raising money.
Get back to that on Vance. I'll get back
was
to that.
A girl was going to flash on camera. If a certain threshold was met, there was a girl who's going to flash on camera.
This vaguely rings a bell.
Was that the Danish girl that went out with Vokta?
No, it's not her. It was Steph Zula.
Oh,
okay, your girl.
Yeah. So this is before Steph and I hooked up, but
you got hooked up in Liverpool, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But Steph flashed on camera, and DPR Venom Fag accused DPR Jones of convincing a minor to flash when Steph was over 21 at that point.
This is bringing. Yeah, I'm remembering this now.
Oh, so that's where that came from. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Look. I just to get back to my point though. My issue, my main issue with Coughlin was that he went on with the paedophile joke regarding DPR Jones a bit too much and a bit too long. And if people are not in on the joke, they're going to think that DPR Jones is a fucking paedophile. And it's a horrible tag to have, when you're not. It's honestly, it really is, and it's all good you making the joke, but it ends. You know what? Sometimes you need to put that shit to bed, and you should have put it to bed a long time ago. Him and Riff were doing that joke a bit too much, and I had a disdain for Coughlin after that, because I thought to myself, this has gone on for too long, and I had an issue with him, and he just doesn't know when to like relax on the joke, you know. And I'm very happy in the way that he's kind of fallen off a little bit, a big time actually, because he was on a bit of a pedestal, and he probably thought he fucking smelled like roses, and I'm happy he hasn't got the same sort of standings that he once had maybe 10 years ago. Because he fucking deserves that.
Into oblivion by
Oh, he constantly got his channels flagged by likes of Brett Keane and J-Dub. And I'll well agree with Liam that DPR did buy into the joke as well. I don't know how much I can disclose about DPR Jones. Apparently, he was a bit of a creep from an account I've heard. Yeah,
really?
bit of a creep.
Well, look, I think no offense, Liam, but but maybe you maybe to save face and to not to come across as a bit sad, that you might put up a front saying that I'm buying into this joke, But honestly, being called a paedophile all the fucking time, it's not a cool thing, in my opinion. Regardless, I wouldn't want to be fucking called out all the fucking time. As a joke, I'll be pissed off with that beyond belief, especially if people get the wrong context of things. For sure, I think maybe he was putting on a brave face, personally.
Yeah, I've also got my issues with DPR Jones though too. I mean, before he died, the fact that he and Happy Cabby fucked over Rise.
Happy Cabby. Now you know what, but Rise as well. Rise. A lot of people have. I have an issue with Rise.
R.I.P. Right. Well, no, he's dead now. So I thought.
I know he's dead. I know he's dead. I know he's dead. No, I do. No. Rise. He made a stupid. He admitted he joked about it, and this is why I have this issue regarding pedophilia, because on Chunks of Earth, he made up this thing that I was speaking to Chunks of Earth's daughter or niece or some shit like that, and I was trying to coax her into a conversation and shit like that. So he basically made out that I was being a fucking pedophile, even though he was joking about it. And Chunks of Earth actually believed him. So honestly, to Rise, I know you guys are cool with him, but he can fuck him. Honestly, fuck him, because I didn't deserve that for his fucking stupid jokes. Fuck him, that Dutch cunt. Fuck him. So yeah. I always have an issue with him for that. I'm sorry. I know you guys are cool with him, but fuck him.
I always I still miss him from time to time as well. But the one guy I didn't miss from that period was Happy Cabby. Although I did fuck with him.
Why do I remember him? Yeah,
Happy Cabby. I did something
balloon stuff.
I did something quite disgusting. I did something quite disgusting to fuck with him because of some shit he did online that pissed off both Steph Zula and myself. So during one of these charity live stream events, YouTubers put up some items for charity auction, and Steph Zula had put up a pair of socks. Now, the person who won that auction was Happy Cabby, because Happy Cabby had a foot fetish. Oh no! Like this is how fucking bad it was, right? Happy Cabby's foot fetish. I don't know if you recall the YouTube community system where certain people could. There were certain users on YouTube. Were able to give advice to other people on YouTube help pages. Happy Cabby tried to frame, it was Agent of Doubt, he tried to frame him as a pedophile. Despite the fact that Happy Cabby had, there was this young, 9-year-old girl who she'd been doing videos, some of them in her bare feet, and she was apparently concerned about the fact some dirty old men were asking for more content regarding her feet, and Happy Cabby was encouraging her to keep posting that stuff.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
So,
sake!
When Happy Cabby won Steph Zula's socks, I think this was just after she and I had hooked up and got together. So when she came to visit me here in Scotland, she brought the socks with her.
Did you come in them?
No.
Oh.
What I did though was the entire time that she was here, because I walk quite a lot.
What the fuck?
I put those socks on.
Happy cabby, your smell.
You walked 500 miles with them, yeah.
No, well, not quite. But I put the socks on every single day she was here, and I would put my own socks over on top because obviously these would eventually stink at some point. I didn't want to, get the odor of those socks in my shoes.
Yeah,
and I would wear them every single fucking day. We didn't wash them, and we mailed them to Happy Cabby.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So
that's what he deserves anyway.
He's thinking he's jacking off the Steph Zula's feet, and it's really mine.
Nice.
Yeah, I
remember hearing
about that.
God, some of these names, man.
Didn't he die as well?
Yeah, he died a few years ago.
I forgot DPR Jones died.
Yeah, Cabby had cirrhosis of the liver.
Shame to find out it was a bit of a creep.
In what way was he a creep, by the way? Just so in case I didn't know. Was he actually a paedophile?
No.
Okay, fine.
I'll tell you
off camera.
Okay. Gopher Funk, remember him? I mean, he was like the biggest name at the YouTube meetup cool. We did.
I'm still around. I still talk to him all the time. Lovely, love Paul.
But I remember,
he's a lovely fella.
I remember that guy, but then we had guys, unfortunately, like Tattoo Skin 72, who turned out to be a pedophile.
Yeah.
Who was?
I warned Ryan against him. I said, "Be fucking careful. I don't trust that guy. He's infatuated too much with you, and it's not from a place of like because Ryan was like 15 at the time.
Yeah, but I mean, the other guys like James 1978. I mean, he was an advocate for abolishing age of consent laws.
Oh, I know stuff about you, James. I can tell you after the show.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, Pooch.
Nice.
Skid Row Radio. He turned out to be a massive tosspot.
He's the guy you call Potato.
Yes.
Potato.
Yeah, he was at the meetup as well. But I remember at the meetup which I helped host in London at the Florence.
Yeah, I've got a big soft spot for Ben. I'll always have a soft spot for Ben. I know he's not. I know his stuff is like daft, and during the pandemic because I still follow him on YouTube. Huh?
He's fucking unhinged.
Oh, completely. But I just there's some people you just click with. I just clicked with him. For me,
we smoked a bit of weed together.
The whole thing with him and D-Land, the whole thing with him and D-Land and Cole though was absolutely absurd. The fact that he'd found this paper by a guy called David Cole, and he'd said that it was some right wing policy paper with the name David Cole on it.
Yeah, I remember.
And it was from Professor David Cole of Georgetown University, and yet Potato still said that. Because will you still believe this? So you still need to answer this. Like, no, he fucking doesn't. I mean, it was, and it was pointed out, the fact, that there's a David Cole who's a noted Holocaust denier. Does Landon have to answer for him too?
Yeah, David Cole's a common name.
Landon.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all Landon. It's all of him.
He's
all of it.
Do we like? It's not about like. It's about just talking about them.
No,
we have to talk about. We don't like talking about pedos. I know you do, Ben.
I mean, the thing is that sorry, I've told these two lovely gentlemen about what happened after that meetup.
When in London.
Yes. Where Newman and Ujama Flipper started punching the flaming bus shelter we were waiting at.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Really?
That. Yes,
he's an orphan there, isn't he? So
Potato didn't show up to the Liverpool meetup. He didn't come to that one.
No, he didn't.
Didn't he? Oh no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No,
I want to say this. I've been trying to say it. Hang on 1 second. I just want to say, as much as I love the dude, me and him clashed over COVID because you can guess what he was.
Oh yeah, there's a video of him. Yelling into a megaphone, anti-vax stuff to people who are queuing up to get the jab.
Yeah.
In Hyde Park or something.
No, wherever he
outside the actual place where you actually get your done. That's what he did.
Yeah, where you go get your jab and all this kind of stuff. And I was just like, okay, potato, we're done, mate. Yeah, I said, I can handle a lot of your other stuff because we agree on a lot of things, but the fucking you've gone down the anti-vax bollocks.
And he got my channel flagged off. He had my channel flagged off YouTube for hate speech.
Well, I mean, it's kind of justified. It's you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you did go after him hardcore. I'm not saying that you deserve to be flagged, though, but... Man,
you shouldn't have been flagged.
The video that fucking got me flagged off was the fact I was proving he was wrong when he said that Israel Shamir was not an He said that Israel Shamir was not an anti-Semite. So I actually found a whole bunch of fucking quotes from Israel Shamir and posted them and said, yeah, these are all the quotes he said about Jews.
Yeah, like I said, and the way where you've gone after people is not like with the kind of hateful rhetoric. It's just calling them out on their bollocks. You've never had a justifiable reason to have your channel flagged. It's just people want to silence the truth. Didn't Brett Keane flag you a couple of times?
Brett Keane flagged me a couple of times. Gorilla199 flagged me.
Well, Gorilla199 flagged himself as well. Probably he was that stupid.
There were a few people convinced he was dead at one point because there was a video went up on his channel saying R.I.P. It turned out no, he's the guy himself. Chris Constantine is actually still alive. He signed a really shitty deal with some YouTube network and wanted to get out the contract, so he killed off the Gorilla199 channel. And he started posting on some other one.
He had a lot of mental health fucking issues though. That dude's
he was nuts. He was fucking nuts.
I never jumped in on the going after Gorilla199 things. I just thought we might end up being responsible for a suicide or something. So I was just like, I'll let other people take this one. But some of the stuff Coughlin did on him, I fucking pissed myself laughing.
Well, the fact that because Gorilla199 was he was saying that atheist is an anagram of eat shit. So Coughlin decided to do one on him, and he said that the anagram of Chris Constantine is Antichrist nonce.
Oh my god! Yeah, it was a rite of passage. Liam, I got flagged by Keane as well.
So did I. My original channel got flagged off by him.
Also
by Woods of Jordan, but again, I was able to quash all of those.
He converted to atheism, and he looked really like. I don't want to say converted to atheism. He became an atheist, and he looked like he was living a really good life. And then for some reason, he converted back to Christianity, and he became a fucking dickhead again. And
probably just full of bollocks. He didn't know what he wanted to be, so. But I remember when I did get flagged by him, because you got to send off your personal details, and the beauty is all of my YouTube accounts, none of them have my real personal details. Everything's fake on there, so I was just fucking happy to send that. And he was trying to threaten me with doxing and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, you could try, mate.
I proved Brett Keane had filed a fake DMCA against me. It's not if you got flagged, you've got to send off your personal information. It's if you've been copyright notice. Now I proved that Brett Keane was filing a DMCA against me because I sent him fake information. So he didn't get my real name. He got that my name was William Kelly, and he also got that my address. And the address I sent him that he published online without even bothering to check. It was the address for the ticket office at Firhill Stadium. And he published this on places like in Mendham's website.
Oh yeah.
My god!
I remember the Skeptical Heretic followed suit, and he gave them the address for the Boston Red Sox stadium. And again, Brett published this without even fucking checking.
Jesus Christ! Mine was just a random post office down in Chelsea. It was just completely irrelevant. I just found the address online. I was like, yeah, that'll do. It's London, but they don't know the difference.
Yeah, Liam, the thing about that local meetup is that Shredder tried to get me beaten up a couple of times. So I have really desperate Don't give me that look. You know for a fact what you did.
No, I don't.
Hey, listen, I spooned you every night, so I made you feel safe. Don't worry.
Yes, you
about
did.
it.
But yeah, like literally, we had two guys from the Czech Republic. One of whom looked the spit of Fake Sagan.
Fake Sagan, yeah, I remember him.
Oh, fake Sagan, yeah.
Fake Sagan, oh my god.
And somebody said that we should do a video of that guy and just have fake Sagan's like dialogue underneath it. Oh
yeah,
god,
fuck you know. I remember that meetup because I was saying to you, like, why the fuck do you not want to go back to the hotel and do a live blog TV? We should go fucking clubbing, go and enjoy it.
that's one thing I do regret. I should have come clubbing with you.
Me and Abby just went fucking clubbing because I was just like, fuck, I don't want to go back and do bloody blog TV. Everyone I like is in Liverpool. There's nobody else to fucking talk to out there. We just went. It's good times. I love that meetup.
No. Is this like Shredder went to like just random Shredders? Oh, you know, goes a Christian. I was like, in a room full of atheists. He's just trying to get me the shit bit out of it.
Well, Abby's a Christian as well. She's my mate. That I brought her into the group of people through. I've known her since MySpace days, but I just thought she was a talented video maker with a great voice. So I was just like, you know,
she's married now, isn't she?
Yes, she's married
to
Cobra Jones.
Cobra Jones, yeah.
What the fuck? Cobra Jones, all these old names coming back now is amazing.
Yeah. I always remind her, say, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have met your husband. So, you know.
yeah. She needs to hook you up.
That's right, with one of her American friends. It's all good. Like it's just nice how those things kind of work out. But, yeah, she's still around. She's still awesome. Just complains about her job like any normal person does. Yeah, could have been worse. Gary Shredder could have told everyone you're a Man United fan.
Yeah,
I don't think that would have worked.
We were in Liverpool, to be fair with us.
Oh right, yes, I forgot. Yeah. We're in Liverpool. Okay, that's enough talking, reminiscing about the wonderful past.
Well, speaking of Liverpool, do you want to maybe just use this to quickly jump on the whole thing with the VAR controversy?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I mean, So Liverpool Tottenham, one of the worst, a series of the worst refereeing decisions ever made.
Yeah,
and a lot of it was down to VAR. So two instances that really stick out. One is Luis Diaz's goal being ruled offside, despite the fact he was clearly onside, and VAR should have picked up on that. But apparently they drew the line wrong, and they told the referee, "Yep, your decision's fine."
The thing is that VAR is not the problem; it's the people
running it,
running VAR that's the problem. But if they're not able to, they've got the technology there to help them make smarter decisions, and yet they're still making stupid decisions. So it's VAR for me is never the problem. It's the human beings in charge of it that are the problems.
Here's my thing with VAR, and going down the conspiratorial route here because not like a big fucking global conspiracy, but what I mean is football thrives off of controversy. Football thrives off of drama, last minute kind of stuff. At least that's what the people that run football who don't give a fuck about football think that's what football thrives off of. This is why you get so much of the added time stuff as well. But that's also related to ad revenue and things like that. But the VAR is so poorly run because to these people, it probably just adds to the drama. Because if you look at, gridiron, rugby, cricket, tennis, basketball, fucking name any other sport, and how incredible their VAR system is. I mean, cricket and rugby have had phenomenal systems in place for up to we're talking 30 plus years now.
A good 20 years at least.
From the 90s, mate, they've had these incredible systems in place to measure things like where the ball is going, how it lines up, all this kind of shit. All right, and VAR comes along for football. It already had other fucking sports that it can copy off of, and it's coming and it's run so incompetently, and I think it's just deliberately done to add to the drama, to create talking points, to drive traffic up for news outlets and all this. I honestly think that there is a fucking cabal, and that there is some kind of cahoots with the referees to create this kind of bullshit drama, because you can easily review a situation at the end of the match and reverse decisions if the decision was wrong. But they're not doing that.
They can't. Once the play had started, after Luis Diaz's goal was ruled offside, as soon as that ball had been kicked again, and play had been resumed.
No, I know that, but that's what I mean. I hate that system.
I think that rule has to change. I mean, I think it has to change. There has to be a system in place where the VAR guys, like, even if the ball's been kicked 5-6 times, they can immediately call for the referee to blow the whistle and say, "Look, we got it wrong. It was a valid goal." So
absolutely,
get them back in the center for kickoff.
Well,
I mean, VAR should have ruled out VAR. Universally agreed. VAR should have basically ended two big controversies. One, offside. Because VAR should be there to tell for certain, look, is somebody offside or not? And two, goal line technology. Did the ball cross the line into the goal?
Well, that was around before VAR. I mean, goal line technology.
Yeah, but again, those are the only two parts I would say that have been that there should be no controversy over. These should be cut and dry cases. Unfortunately, in fact, two people in that VAR control room dropped the ball big time. And for some reason, the pundits on Sky didn't even talk about this at halftime.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if there's any kind of collusion going on there.
I'm telling you, mate, I am fucking telling you, just like in the time of Fergie's Manchester United, there is fucking collusion galore going on there. And I mean, football is just easily one of the most corrupt fucking sports on the planet. And but just hang on, Gaz. Actually, Gaz, you get your point across then, because you've been dying to speak.
Right, but I'll also say this is that I think there should be, unless it's like a goal line situation where you're deciding whether a ball has gone, the whole ball's gone through the goal, then that should be allowed. But apart from that, each team gets 3 challenges each through the whole game, or 4 challenges each, so you get 2 each half. Because the thing is that A, it will speed up the game. B, people have got to mind it better. And C, because I think the VAR slows down the pace of the game. So the thing is that in American sports, especially, because I'm a huge American sports fan, they portion out how many challenges you get per game. Like in the NFL, I think it's something like 5. You get 5 challenges per team, and it's per quarter. So I think if you do 3 per half per team, then if somebody needs to challenge something, they can just mind it. They have to mind it better.
It's not the teams challenging it though, Gary. I mean, with the VAR, it's a case of they were checking to check, did the linesman make the correct call? Mm-hmm. Was Luis Diaz's goal offside? And who was the first player that got sent off for Liverpool?
I can find out.
Not Jones. That was the second player, wasn't it? Oh God,
I can't remember. But he was the first one. Initially, he was shown a yellow. Then it went to VAR, and he was given a straight red.
The first one sent off was Curtis Jones.
Curtis Jones.
It was Jones.
Yeah,
right.
And that was ridiculous as well, because Curtis Jones, it wasn't a deliberate attempt to break another player's leg. He literally had put his foot on the ball. It slipped over, and then into this other player's ankle.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no malice in it. Maybe if you want to give him a yellow, that's fine, but a straight red was beyond a joke. And the fact is, you saw the referee looking at the VAR for that, and he's seeing right at the very end where the studs are going into the ankle.
Yeah.
And then they play the clip, and you think, well, why are you showing the studs?
Why are you only showing that bit and not the rest of it?
I'm
telling you, mate. I'm telling you, there is a fucking. It's just at some point down the line, it's all gonna get fucking exposed. All of it. It's just a big scam.
Do you think the Spurs Liverpool game should be replayed? Because I know Jurgen Klopp has spoken about that.
100%. They should have done the same with Brentford, Arsenal, because last year that cost us that was one of the games that cost us the league, and it was a big fuck up by VAR, and they should have replayed it. 1 second, Sam. When Arsenal scored a goal against Sheffield United, when the ball was given back into play, and they should have kicked it back to the goalie, but we went on and scored the winning goal, Arsene Wenger openly said, I'm happy to replay the game, just to be fair, and the game was replayed. So why is it that's okay to replay, but then when there's a deliberate fuck up that cost Liverpool, could cost them the league at the end of the year, okay, that game should definitely be replayed. And in fact, any fucking game where they fuck up and then they realize afterwards that it's a huge fuck up, okay, because again, Spurs win the game at the 10th fucking minute with all this adding on bollocks, okay, it needs to be done. Replay. I'm 100% behind them. I can't believe fucking idiots like that Mark Goldbridge and things like that think that Liverpool are crazy for wanting a replay. You know, it's within their right. There was a deliberate fuck up, and it sets a bad precedent moving forward, because anyone could just, the referees could just be like, yeah, we could just fuck with anything now because we'll just get away with it.
Look, for me, first of all, it could start a dangerous precedent that it'll be fucking replays being played all the goddamn fucking time in the future, and I really wouldn't want that, because the season will never end.
Yeah, but it could force them to get. Well, it could force them to get their decisions right then to avoid the replays. Either that, or knowing the FA, they're like, we can add more fuck ups that cost people games, because if we get replays, that could just mean more revenue.
Well, it's a double-edged sword. The group that's responsible for the VAR, I mean, I think this is like the 14th apology they've had to issue to a Premier League club.
Yeah.
And
it's constantly happening.
This is not a case of like one bad decision. I mean, this was a series of fuck ups by VAR.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the point where it completely changed the outcome of a match. This is not like one or two refereeing mistakes or referee judgment.
Just regarding Liverpool Football Club now, I know they played our rival Spurs and all of that, but honestly, I'm sick to death of Liverpool's victim complex over everything. Whether it be the city or the fucking football club, and so a little bit part of me just says, "Fuck them." You know what I mean? I can't help it.
I understand that, but if we use our big boy brains here and not our football brains here, you know, I was screaming for the Brentford Arsenal match to be replayed last year as well, because they blatantly fucked up. They admitted they fucked up. They issued an apology, but nobody offered to say, okay, replay the game. So I will 100%. It doesn't even matter even if it was the other way around and Spurs were demanding a replay. So give them a fucking replay. Like when it comes to those two teams, I like Liverpool less than I like Spurs, because my brother and my cousin are Spurs supporters, so better banter.
I just like Liverpool for their victim complex. That's all.
I understand. But in this instance, they have a valid point, you know, to argue, and they should replay the game 100%, and it will just basically mean, look, you know, and it's not just that. Like, I mean, football in general, I think the players need to go on strike anyway, because they're playing way too many fucking games. Well, now we've got another international break coming, and it's just constant, like 3 games a week, no breaks, nothing in between. You know, we just had like the longest run of football after the COVID, because they just went from one tournament to another tournament to another tournament. They got the Nations League, and they had the Euros and the World Cup and all this, and it never fucking ends. And I personally think that football's at a point now where players and clubs need to go on strike, and everything needs to change. After Sepp Blatter left, it's gotten worse. It's gotten way worse. And that's because there are more billionaires now that fucking own these clubs, and they want to change the rules for themselves to maximize revenue, just like the Super League and all this kind of shit.
It's always going to get worse when Sepp Blatter left. I mean, he was already like the catalyst for it to get worse. Let's be honest. It wasn't like him being that.
He got ousted, and you think the next people that come in will improve it, but no,
not necessarily. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all, because Sepp Blatter set the precedent. I mean, he was a sellout, and he he let places like Qatar host the World Cup with. If anything, look, as much as people have the issue with Saudi Arabia should have hosted the World Cup, not Qatar, but Saudi Arabia's been in fucking World Cups. Qatar hasn't. So if you're going to give it to a Middle Eastern country, give it to one that qualifies for the fucking tournament more often.
They could get the 2034 World Cup.
Yeah, that's them. But I'm just talking back, back when.
I get what you mean.
Yeah. So he just sold that for the dollar.
In terms of villainous countries, it would have been more justified with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So in my opinion, regardless of Sepp Blatter staying or going, the person succeeding him was always going to be a bigger sellout anyway. So regardless, because Sepp Blatter was the predecessor, the original sellout.
I mean, the thing is that like players now as put to play just know about football.
Exactly, Liam. You want them rested.
I mean, you got the league, then you got the League Cup, then you got the FA Cup, then you got to check if they're in Europe. They've got that. Then they've also got internationals, and then they've got this flaming. What's that flaming? What's the one that's not the Euros, but it's like some sort of flaming like international tournament.
Nations League. Yeah, so they've got to qualify for the Euros. Then they've got to play the Nations League tournaments. Then they've got to do EFL, FA Cup, the Premier League, fucking Europa, the Nations Conference or the Champions League. It's too much. The
Nations League was just basically there to, replace friendlies to make things international football more competitive outside of the main two tournaments.
We're still having friendlies. We're
still having friendlies.
Scotland, England recently had a friendly.
Yeah.
I know. But that's not really a friendly though, is it? But but fair enough. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's just,
I agree.
It's not there to replace anything. It's just they're just adding more and more and more, and this is why we've got a record number of injuries at the moment, more than there's ever been in the history of the fucking game. And nobody's just sitting there, and I'm getting frustrated because none of the players are speaking out. Only a few pundits are speaking out. All right, and those pundits aren't the ones on TV. It's the fucking ones. I think one or two managers like Pep. I think Pep and Klopp are speaking out, and that. But not enough people speaking out against a number of games. I think because the owners are just probably loving the revenue. But when your best players are fucking injured all the time and you're paying their bloody wages, I'd be pissed off. I'd be like, no, I want compensation.
Saka's injured now.
Saka's injured. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Martinelli's injured. We've got so many injuries on our squad. Chelsea, half their fucking squad is injured.
Partey's still injured.
Oh, he's always injured. We need to sell him.
Well, this is because Arsenal, we injure our players because these guys were never injured before they get to Arsenal. They come to Arsenal, they all become injury prone, and that's our fault.
I mean, you can always sign Harry Maguire.
Sorry?
Yeah.
You could always sign Harry Maguire.
Wee! I'll give him 50,000 million for him. Not even the Saudis wanted him.
Hey, he's a top goal scorer.
Huh?
He's a top goal scorer.
On goals,
I mean, admittedly, it is in his own net, but he's still a top scorer.
Well, the goalkeeper for Lazio has more goals than Mudryk for Chelsea this season. What about that? And we're not talking own goals either. We're talking, offensive goals. So the goal he scored in the Champions League, the Lazio goalkeeper in the last minute was a fucking great header.
I was so glad Arsenal didn't buy him. I said he was not worth more than 25 million, not fucking whatever Chelsea paid for him. And when it kept going up and up and up, I was screaming like, just get Trossard. And they got fucking, thankfully they did actually get Trossard, which I couldn't believe. Only because I had him in my dream team.
And he's injured as well.
He's fucking injured as well. Jesus Christ.
And he's a fucking super sub.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on from football. Guys, you can close us off on the football.
Okay, I was just going to say, Newcastle do pretty well for themselves, Liam.
Yeah.
They're doing really well. That result against PSG was amazing.
Oh yeah, 4-1 against PSG. Won the what was it, 8-1 against Sheffield?
8-0.
8-0, yeah. All goals from different players
in the last 3 games. Yeah.
And again, at that point, that match again, all 8 goals, that 8-goal win against Sheffield, they still scored more goals in that one match than Chelsea had in their first 5 games of the season.
I give them a lot of credit as well, because
Chelsea spent an absolute fortune on their team.
Newcastle does
every single club.
Go over there.
Newcastle does the most amount of travelling out of all the football clubs in the Premier League. They travel the most because everyone's fucking miles away from them. So so I give them a lot of credit.
They don't have Middlesbrough, Sunderland next to them to play them.
I think the closest team is maybe Sheffield United. I think, if I'm wrong, then let me know.
United, or would it be? Oh yeah, I suppose. Yeah,
Sheffield
Leeds are gone.
Yeah, Leeds are gone.
Yeah,
so
the question is, how long is Eddie Howe going to stay as manager? Because Newcastle, with all that money, they're going to be attracting world-class managers.
Well, until it comes out that he doesn't deserve the job anymore.
But he is a world-class manager.
Yeah,
he's already showing his clout.
I mean, like Newcastle's
I don't
changed up.
think they're going to need. Yeah, I mean, if he takes them far,
how ruthless are they going to be? If he maybe goes on like a 3 or 4 match losing streak, how ruthless are the owners going to be?
Not yet. I mean, not yet. I think initially Newcastle need to elevate their status a bit more, but results like he did against Sheffield United and as well as PSG has bought him some time, and the fans love him. There's no chance,
you don't want to do a Ted Bowley. You don't want to destabilize a club, or do what Watford do and sack your managers left, right, and centre. You need, like, Eddie Howe's perfect. He's going to stabilize the club, help build. Like, their youth squad is absolutely abysmal. So they need to build on that, and he's the right person for the job. Don't go running into it head first. Make sure things are stable in all aspects of the game, because Mike Ashley was a fucking nightmare, and then go from there. If you want to get rid of him and go for somebody else,
the only job I can see him is maybe the England job. Like, if he loses his job at Newcastle, or if Gareth Southgate steps down, I think he might take that.
He's too
Michael
young.
Beale's available.
Who?
Michael Beale, the Rangers manager, he got sacked after.
Mate, that guy's not fit enough to run fucking Plymouth Argyle, let alone bloody Rangers. How do you ever get that job?
The 3 matches that Rangers lost under him, one was Celtic, 1-0.
Yeah.
One was the one that got him sacked was Aberdeen, which they lost 3-1 and they had a player sent off.
Was it 3-1 or 3-2?
It was 3-1.
It was 3-1, yeah. Yeah, they had 2 players sent off, didn't they?
I can't remember. I think I thought it was only 1, but yeah, they
probably just 1, and then they
lost 3-1, and the only other team that they lost, the other team that they lost to was Kilmarnock.
Fucking hell! If you lose to Killies, you deserve to be sacked. No offense, Shredder.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of pissed that our form dipped, because at the start of the season we beat Rangers and then we knocked Celtic out of the League Cup, and it's just all going fucking downhill.
Now you can't buy a fucking win to save your life.
You shot your load so early, and you're done now.
Yeah, you shot your load early, and you're done.
Yeah.
All right, must move on from the football. We have still lots to talk about. I'm going to move on to... I'm not going to do the pink sauce bitch. Let me see. Quickly do Drew Barrymore. She paid the price of being a scab. How perfectly put. So if you haven't been following the situation here, during the strikes, Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher decided to scab against their the writers and actors strike, and wanted to put the show back on air. After much backlash, they pulled away, but luckily for them, a couple of weeks later, the writer's strike has ended. The actor's strike is still going on. And Drew Barrymore's 3 lead writers are refusing to come back to work for her after she scabbed for them. So she has a show with no fucking writers. Shredder, thoughts?
Yeah, again, like you said, it's paying the price of being a scab. So all 3 of our head writers, it was confirmed by the Hollywood Reporter, they've refused to come back to the show. I'm just trying to find the stuff about it. So yeah, because all 3 of them were vocal supporters of the Writers Guild of America.
Right back.
No problem. But all three of them were vocal supporters of the Writers Guild of America strike. They were also very critical of Drew Barrymore and her announcement that she was going to bring her show back. Now, the writers of Drew Barrymore's show only found out it was coming back because they spotted posts on social media advertising tickets to attend the tapings.
What sort of show is it, Shredder?
What, Drew Barrymore?
Yeah, I have no idea what it is.
It's a daytime talk show.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's How the Mighty Have Fallen.
Right. No, it's actually a pretty decent show. I mean, she's a very
but she's a fucking Hollywood actress, and now she's fucking trying to be like the Caucasian version of Whoopi Goldberg. What the fuck?
Again, she's not the first actor or actress to go into a daytime talk show, but at the same time, the daytime talk shows, you need writers for those.
Yes.
But she thought she could get, she could manage without them. Her show got picketed. She put up an apology video where she was crying and said she was trying to do the right thing, but she was going to postpone the show after she'd listened to people. That video came down fairly quickly after she posted it. She tried to justify the fact that she was hosting the Drew Barrymore show because she thought, she'd already done her part with Solidarity because she dropped out of hosting the MTV Movie and TV Awards.
Oh, how righteous of her! Yeah,
there was the National Book Awards dropped her, so they dropped her as a host when she decided to scab because they were showing solidarity with the Writers Guild of America. SAG-AFTRA, there was a bit of a controversy because there were a lot of people calling for her to be booted from the SAG-AFTRA union because SAG-AFTRA were actually on strike in solidarity with the writers as well. But according to SAG-AFTRA, she didn't actually breach the rules. They had actually given permission for their members to resume hosting events. But SAG-AFTRA said they released a statement. It was like one lines. I think it said the Drew Barrymore show is produced under the Network Television Code, which is a separate contract and is not struck. It is permissible work, and Drew's role as host does not violate the current strike rules. Because again, there were a few people calling for her to be booted out of SAG.
So, what's going to happen to her now?
Her show's due to return in a couple of weeks' time, but she's having to now look for new writers. So again, all three of her head writers walked. They said, "We're not coming back because of what you did."
When we're talking about writers, these people are the ones who write jokes for her or something like that.
No, they write the jokes. They script the segments. They script the what the fuck do you call them? The lines that the lines that obviously they'll say when they're going to a different segment. Stuff they'll read off the
monologues,
segments. Monologues, segues. They're responsible for all those. So a daytime talk show. A daytime talk show. It's not a simple case of the host just sits there and talks to whoever the guest is, and they just shoot the breeze. It's scripted. They've got a list of questions.
It's scripted, but there must be
points to bring up as well.
It's scripted, but there must be some improvisation, though.
Very little. No, very little.
Very little. Everything's very, very choreographed. It's a bit like WWE.
And the thing is as well, when a host does try to improv, it can have some really bad results. I mean, Ellen DeGeneres is a perfect example of that. She caused a lot of controversy when she had Mariah Carey on. And she asked Mariah, she poured Mariah a glass of champagne and asked her to drink it because she was trying to get the exclusive on the rumor that Mariah Carey was pregnant.
What the fuck?
Something that Mariah Carey.
Ellen is a real subhuman garbage person anyway.
Yep, like a lot of these fucking chat show, talk show hosts, tend to be will constantly being revealed.
Alcoholic Jimmy Fallon, what he was like, Steve Harvey, what he's like, you know, a lot of them.
And by the way, I was on somebody else's stream thingy on YouTube, and they were talking about who their favorite chat show person was, and one guy mentioned Craig Ferguson, and so I said, okay, is that because he's British? And then I knew what I was doing. By the way, I was sowing the seeds for this, and because they're Americans, they go, no, he ain't British, he's Scottish. And then I told the person, put me in the chat right now. So, put me in the chat right now so I can insult this fucking American cunt because I set this motherfucker up for this. And they didn't bring me on the chat, but I did insult him. Like I said to him, Scottish is British, you stupid American cunt. And then I said to him, if a Scottish person has a passport, will they have a British passport or a Scottish passport? And that's all I had to say after that.
Lovely.
Yeah, that's where I disagree. I consider myself Scottish, not British.
No doubt. But you know, it's each to their own, I guess. But Scottish people are still classified as British, regardless, even if they don't like to, even if they don't consider themselves to be British.
Unless they lose in a tournament, in which case we call them Scottish.
Yeah, of course.
Otherwise, they're British.
I remember
Andy Murray. Oh, you bowed out of Wimbledon? That fucking Scottish, no good, nothing. Oh, you won Wimbledon? British all the way.
Speaking of Andy Murray, I always feel fucking terrible seeing social media whenever he loses a tournament because, you know, as good of a tennis player he is, there are some people who will, unfortunately, horrifically troll him over the fact that he was there at the Dunblane school shooting.
Oh, mate, people just fucking, they have no,
at all. He was at Dunblane when that shooting was happening.
Yeah, that's right.
I have a lot of respect for Murray, but there's that really cool clip of him complaining about how in every other sport, you have, I mean, even in football, you only play for 45 minutes. You have enough time to go for a piss or whatever. You could be playing tennis for 4 hours, 5 hours straight, without any breaks whatsoever. And you can't leave the court to even go for a fucking piss. Not just you, but the umpire, the ball boys. He mentioned all of that shit. It's ridiculous, the fucking rules of tennis in that particular case. And I'm glad he brought it up, and I'm glad he put a spotlight on it. Respect to fucking Andy Murray. And I'm glad he also mentioned the ball boys as well with that, because they're just, some of them are just kids. And they need to take a piss.
Mensch, man.
He's based. I mean, the fact that these
British.
There was the fact that again, people have interviewed him and said, it's like, Andy, you're the most successful British Olympic tennis player you're the most successful Olympic tennis player of all time. And he pointed out, well, Serena and Venus Williams have got more gold medals than I do.
Yeah. Again, just goes to show you the kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. And by the way, cousin Cheeto, if Shredder was an Olympian, regardless of him identifying as Scottish, he would have to represent the United fucking Kingdom. So he can represent Scott. He can say he's Scottish as much as he fucking wants. I don't give a shit.
That's why I never got into sport. That's my excuse.
Yeah. When you lose, we'll just say to him, fucking stop recruiting people from Scotland. And you know what? You know the game, Shredder. You know what it's like. Cheeto, you're gonna jump on.
Yeah.
Okay, so on to the next one. Let me see. Should I? All right, so we've done that. Should I just go into wrestling next? Might as well.
Yeah. What were the other topics you were considering?
Well, I got the Trump in corn, McCarthy out, the baby bill, which was your one, Zam. Rape advisor quits her role in the UK and the UK.
The baby bill.
Yeah, the one with that woman, the video you sent me.
Oh, the cost of how much
Oh yeah.
Cost to have a baby in the United States.
Yeah, almost $50,000. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so there was a video of a woman basically just showing the bill that it got for her baby, and it was $50,000. I don't think she had insurance. That's why. That's just fucking insane.
Mate, I don't have insurance, and if I fucking had a baby, even as a man, I wouldn't be spending $50,000. And I think every other developed country in the world, you wouldn't be spending $50,000. And the best thing about that video was the comment section, because every non-American was laughing at the Americans. We laugh at you, America. We laugh at you when it comes to your healthcare, because you guys are not the greatest, freest country in the world. You are the most fucking indebted country in the world. Fuck you guys.
All right.
Yeah, no, I can't help it. I love shitting on them.
So I've got to take folic acids. I've had B12 injections. I've had to go to my doctor every 2 days to get B12 injections. I'm on high blood pressure tablets. And because they're monitoring my blood pressure, they gave me a blood pressure monitor. All right. All these cost me like, £9. Like I got a huge stack of the folic acid stuff and the amlodipines and all that. So it was like £18 for that. And this is free. And that's a blood pressure machine.
Yeah, whereas my medications cost me nothing.
That's because you live in Scotland. You're you lot are even better than us.
I want to show you something. Look at my
No, you know what, Zam? You know what? But at least my taxes don't go to some worthless fucking monarchy.
I know.
No, you just still taxes on war.
Yeah, it goes to war.
That is our king and queen. That is.
Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? I got that installed the other day for free by the London Fire. The fire alarm. The smoke alarm. I've got several. Because my father went into hospital. The London Fire Brigade gave me a phone call and said they were going to come over to your house and install several smoke alarms, and they did. These lovely big buff fellows. They came in, stuck one in my room, one in my dad's room, one in the hallway outside, one in the hallway downstairs, one at my ass, a couple in the lounge areas, all for free.
Glorious.
Love it. And they got 10 years.
What's sorry, by the way?
Yeah, sorry.
Go on, and then we'll come back.
That's socialism you just said you had there, by the way? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Is that what you just said?
I mean, Shredder, let me go to Shredder, please, and then I'll come back to you too. Go on, Shredder. You want to?
What I was going to say is, I've been reading some things. Though I mean, there's other cases I've read where people have paid $60,000-$70,000. In some cases, they've had bills come through for about $130,000 if there's complications when it comes to the birth of a child. If it's been born prematurely, or if there's been health conditions, or complications in the birth. On average, isn't it about? There was a piece I read. Maybe Cheeto could verify this, but isn't it? If you've got insurance, the cost of having a child is on average you pay about $3,000 out of pocket.
Yeah, like $3 to $4,000, maybe $6,000. Like it depends on the hospital you go to, and like what you get. And I just want to preface the fact that I'm not saying that any of you are wrong about our healthcare system. I'm just pissed at Zam saying it. That's it. I mean, it could,
anybody. You know what? I actually feel kind of bad now. Because you
have to face your accuser.
No, I think
I do. But I want. Look, Cheeto's been a good friend for many years. I would want him to have public healthcare for him, his family.
Shit, I want to have public healthcare. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm desperate for him to have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we'd rather not have the one-upmanship jokes on people's fucking lives here, but while we've got it, we're gonna run with it.
I know, right? I mean, why not? Why just do it,
mate.
No, I'm all for 100% socialized medicine, universal healthcare, whatever you want to call it, man. I'm all for it. I think it's got to be better than what we're doing right now. That's what I tell everybody when they're like, "Oh, what about this?" I said, "Look, privatized insurance. What's it done for us? What has it done for us? Nothing." I said it's the universal healthcare, and I'm not saying it's the solution to the problem, but it's got to be better than what we're doing right now. Let's be real.
It's much better.
I'll show you how better it is.
Only if you use Liz. Remember last time I started to smoke.
Look, anything which doesn't put you in debt for being ill, because being in a poorly state is bad enough, and then going into debt for that, you might as well just fucking die. So let's not have both. You know what I mean?
It's cheaper to have a funeral.
Yeah, exactly. So like when people have to take Ubers instead of ambulances to the hospital, your country's fucked. So yeah, you need to change. You need to change the setup, and not go, just. I just don't want people to go. Even if your healthcare is shit, just don't go into debt. That's the thing. Just don't go into debt. Tens of thousands of dollars of debt. It's just the worst. It's just the worst.
It's just a trap to make sure that you're a subordinate and you just fucking stay in line, shut your mouth, do your job, and
yeah, keep you in job as well means that you can't even fucking venture out to do new things. You're stuck in your job because of your healthcare plan. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, so again, another example with my current work where I am, because before I worked for private institutions and they'll try to fuck you over no matter how loyal you are to them. I was saying, look, I'm just going to keep 2 days aside annual leave so I can use because I might need to go for colonoscopy and things like that, because like I've got nothing cancerous, just is it inflamed bowel or whatever it is and things like that. So I'm going to need like colonoscopy for that and a couple of other tests and all that. They're like, no, you have sick days. You're entitled. Those will be counted as sick days. We don't want you taking annual leave on medical issues. So you just give us a day of the appointments. You get paid sick leave for that. And I was just like, oh, yeah, I forgot. I've worked for a proper organization, not a bunch of fucking cowboys like in my previous couple of jobs. So it's good to know. So, yeah, I've still got fucking loads of annual leave to play with. But again, it's that safety net of knowing that, I could do that. And then I've got, like, if there's recovery time needed, I've got plenty of days banked because I haven't had a day off sick since I've started there and all this kind of, I mean, do you need a day off sick when you only work 2-3 days a week? Fucking hell. I went in, like, really sick this week. I was just double masked, so I didn't give it to anyone else. And I sat in one of the small offices. I could have worked from home, but I'd rather show face. So then I came home the next day and just passed out with a snotty nose. But, I'm just saying, it's good that those kind of security are good to have.
Even for me, like, I'm classified as self-employed, even though I don't feel self-employed. It's just the way that my company doesn't pay tax on my wages. So I have to hire an accountant to pay for my tax. But even within my work, after all of that shit, I get something called rental credits. I've accumulated £850 worth of rental credits, which basically means I've got 3.5 fucking weeks of fucking annual leave if I wanted it. You know what I mean? Or leave just generally, which I haven't touched because I just want this shit to constantly fucking be building.
Yeah.
For when I really
what happened the other day, that's the only bad thing when you're self-employed. He shouldn't be classified as that. But
I shouldn't be, no.
No, you're not working, you're not earning. That's the bad thing. So what happened with your dad and all of that it was a huge disruption.
It was huge, but I also had the flexibility of being able to go see my dad, work around it. I did actually still work, but the good thing is that I was able to finish work whenever I wanted, and in my work car, go straight to the hospital. And see him, and that flexibility really helped me big time. But at the same time, if I'm not working, I'm not earning, so I would end up having to do more night work and stuff like that, which I didn't really want to fucking do, but I had no choice. Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, what do you want to cover next? YouTube prankster one that was quite hilarious.
Yes.
Well, hang on, we've got an American on here, so maybe it might be pertinent to discuss the whole thing with Trump and the legal system, and also the speaker being ousted.
Oh wow, these corrupt politicians are get their asses kicked out of wherever. Yeah, who cares? Let them all burn. I really don't care about them.
So you have no opinion on Matt Gaetz potentially being expelled from the Republican Party?
You said a key phrase there that makes me think that they should be expelled at his Republican Party. Like, I've been
infighting, isn't it?
I've been called big on talking politics.
Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah,
I've been called a political agnostic. Like, I don't.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's
no.
okay.
If you ask me anything about any like political people, I'd say burn down Washington, burn down Capitol Hill, and if the politicians decide to stay, I'm not fussed about it. Like,
yeah, fair enough. Like I said, look, some of the things we missed today, we can always just go on Twitch tomorrow and just carry on. Do another thing. Doesn't always have to be on YouTube. It could just be Twitch only. So we don't fucking flood the feed. So we can move on to the YouTube prankster getting shot.
Oh yeah. Now,
okay, yeah, go on.
Well, this guy is one of the notorious pranksters, and he was harassing some guy in a shopping mall. So much so that eventually the guy retaliated by shooting him in the gut. Now he was actually found not guilty for most of the charges, except for using the firearm in a public place, which is obviously the mall. But because America is all about self-defense, it kind of contradicts that. That particular ruling contradicts the self-defense ruling. So hopefully he'll get off that, even though he'd been found guilty for firing his gun in a mall, in a public place. We'll see how that pans out. But never in my life would I ever thought to myself that I would side with the shooter, because fuck these pranksters. For the sake of clout, for their own, for them to get recognized, they are being they're basically a menace to society and disturbing people. People have enough shit to fucking deal with, in their own lives, than to have to deal with some fucking dickhead trying to fucking get views by harassing people on the streets. So I'm really happy this motherfucker got shot. I've never been so happy in my life that prankster's been shot. The only unfortunate thing is that he lived. I wish he fucking died that day.
Wow.
Honestly. Yeah, fuck.
That's a bit rough, Sam.
Mate, we're from London. We don't fuck about, mate.
I wish he fucking died that day. And then you see that same prankster after the court appearance, how he hasn't learned a single thing. And he's even pranking his own mum and stuff like that. And he's quoting fucking Jesus and all of this bollocks. He's full of fucking shit. Fuck this guy. I hope the next time he fucking does a prank, he gets the fucking bullet in his head.
He epitomizes every kind of spoiled American child,
Well, we should probably clarify who all the parties are in this story. So Tanner Cook, who runs a prank channel called Classified Goons, he harassed a delivery driver named Alan Colley. He went up to him with something playing on his phone. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it might have been audio of pornography or something like that.
Yeah, it was just a soundbite or something stupid.
Alan Colley told him stop it on three occasions. He said, "Stop it! Leave me alone." Tanner kept following him. So Alan Colley pulled out a gun and he shot him. It wasn't in the gut. It was apparently shot him in the chest.
Oh, okay.
Tanner Cook survived. Alan Colley was acquitted on the charge of aggravated malicious wounding, but the jury was split on the other firearms on the firearms counts, and they've convicted him on one and acquitted him on the other. So the one he's been convicted on is discharging a firearm in discharging a firearm in an occupied building. That's a class 6 felony. He's looking at anywhere between 2 and 10 years for that. Now he is trying to appeal that charge because his lawyers are arguing that because he was acquitted on the charge of shooting him on the grounds of self-defense.
On the charge of trying to murder the guy, you're going to try and do him on discharging a firearm.
Yeah, well, because he was acquitted on the charge of actually shooting the guy, and it was on the grounds of self-defense. They're saying that, well, the fact that he used the firearm in an occupied building should not be counted on top of that. Now, I don't like prank channels. I'll be perfectly blunt. I don't agree with Sam when Sam said, he wished the kid had died. I know Tanner is a completely relentless piece of shit. That was obvious when he came out of court.
Piece of shit need to die.
He said that he's going to continue to do these things. Look, this is harassment.
Continue to do these things. He needs to die. Yeah.
Zam, look, Zam, I don't agree with the idea that like somebody should be murdered for being a jackass.
No. It was retaliation. You know, the guy wouldn't leave him alone, and you know that standard ground rules and all that shit. It probably came into play there. I mean, America, you know, he's in a country where people are armed and stuff like that. He should know fucking better, you know. And this person, he's obviously a despicable person, and what he does will only get worse. These pranks only ever get worse until people get truly hurt and stuff like that. And I'm really glad that he got fucking shot and he doesn't fucking learn it. And the fact is that my problem is all right, fine, he lived, but he hasn't learned. He hasn't learned. So next time, I hope it's fucking for keeps. You know what I mean? He does fucking learn, but by that time he's fucking 6 foot under the fucking cunt. Fuck him. Fuck him, man. You know what I mean?
But in no way endorse Zam's view.
Yeah. Again, I can't endorse that.
No, I share his nihilism.
Yeah.
No, I'm.
Thank you, James.
The thing is, right? There's two kinds of prank channels. Okay, there's the people who are just literally playing pranks on either their best friends or members of their family, and it's just a bit of good-natured banter. It's a bit of fun. Then you've got the people who are just out there harassing people just trying to get by their day. So that would be guys like Tanner. That would be people like Sam Pepper, who was doing
Mizzy. Remember him?
Hands. Yeah. I remember Mizzy. These are people who are crossing lines, and they are just out there harassing people.
I fucking stole a dog.
YouTube
from an old lady.
YouTube should be cracking down on those kind of channels, and just completely nuking them from the site.
Yeah,
but they aren't. Again, I don't agree that the man should have been shot. I think, again, the fact that YouTube, TikTok, etc. won't delete these channels is a problem. But this dickhead, thinks, well, I've survived this one. Maybe he thinks that he's invincible now.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, it's good for my clout. This has only helped me.
I mean,
because YouTube and TikTok won't take action.
There's some great videos where law enforcement has got involved when people have been trying these prank videos, and law enforcement have told these guys, just to fuck off. Because, like for example, there was a guy who posted a video. He was harassing women on a beach, right in front of their boyfriends. One of the guys in question that he'd harassed the girlfriend of, he got up, he grabbed this guy's fucking camera and he threw it in the sea.
It was the microphone. The microphone.
It was microphone. Yeah, I do apologize. It was microphone. Yeah. You are correct. Yeah. It was a microphone, but again, they tried to get the cops involved, and the cops told them, "Look, you were fucking asking for this."
Yeah, which I thought was a great response from the cops.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was great.
They deserve
civil situations like that. It's like, no, fuck you. Like I there should be a law to say, if you tell somebody don't film me, and they film you, and it's not in a situation where the person asking don't film them isn't putting other people in danger. So let's say it's like, somebody's like doing something illegal and they're being filmed, and they ask them to stop. If they're just being bothered by people like that, and they say don't film me, and the person ignores them, and the person grabs the camera and smashes it, then they shouldn't face any repercussions for that. So at the moment they can't, because it's like damage to personal property or whatever it is.
Again, where do you draw the line on that? I mean, if I've got a camera out in a public street and I'm just filming the surrounding area for like a city I'm visiting, is somebody entitled to come up and say don't film me and smash my fucking camera?
Well, again, there's a lot of grey areas, but I'm talking about the ones where you're deliberately
when you deliberately stray into the realms of harassment. When you're literally going up to somebody, pointing a camera at them just to get a fucking reaction, and you're making their life miserable, and it's not because you filmed them doing something wrong, or you're filming to maybe protect yourself. When you're doing what Tanner did to this delivery driver.
That's what I mean. When
you're
filming them and harassing them.
Yeah, at that point, I think you're justified, like taking the camera or whatever just out of their hands and fucking smashing it against the nearest wall. But at the same time, I don't agree with the whole concept of what was effectively attempted murder at that point.
I mean, that was look for me. I'm like
attempted murder. I look at it as self-defense.
I was like,
self-defense.
Self-defense against what? A camera?
No, but hang on. Wait. Hang on. You've got a great big. He doesn't know he's being filmed. You can't see the cameraman. You've got a 6'6" giant harassing you, shoving something in your face. You don't know what that big bastard is gonna do. The more you tell him to fuck off, he might turn around and deck you. Like that guy probably may have felt threatened.
Yeah, he'd come into your space.
He's a fucking a Deliveroo type. That was his job, whatever it is, the UK equivalent, DoorDash, whatever it is.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers get robbed and harassed all the time. That's probably why he carried a gun. And so, yes, of course, it's an unhinged response to shoot the guy because he could have just pulled the gun out and warned him and said, back the fuck off.
Yeah.
But no, he literally just like, bang. Now, that's, of course, it's very unhinged. I've got no sympathy for the person that got shot. But yes, of course, it's very unhinged. It's like, in what fucking world? But there should be a message to pranksters to say, this could fucking happen to you. And if anything, and I know this is very glib to say this, but if anything, the shooter should be put up as a poster to say, hey, this could happen to you. So, you know, maybe think about your actions. Of course, it's not going to fucking work. It's going to go in through one ear out the other because any negativity, they see it as clout. Look at the fucking, what's his name? Johnny Somali or whatever his name was, who's just went on a rampage harassing people in Japan. I don't know if you guys saw these videos.
Oh, yeah, he's facing 2 years in prison, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So eventually,
I'm very happy about that
arrested.
too.
He's been knocked out by people. He's been
a racist piece of shit.
Yeah, he's been massive racist. And, you know, it's the issue is, again, this is all because, again, this is why I keep saying algorithm is actually destroying society. Because if this kind of shit is getting views, the algorithm is pumping this up. It's helping it get views. It's helping these people get clout. So other people see this, and monkey see, monkey do. And this is what's happening. You're just getting people now that are becoming a public nuisance. They are harassing people that work at fast food joints, takeaway places, and all that.
Yeah.
They're going into shops, just being completely antisocial for the sake of clout. And this is where I never would normally say this, but if TikTok does not ban all this kind of content instantly, it has no issue banning left-wing channels for stating facts, but it's keeping up this shit that is actually damaging society. If they don't take these channels down quick enough or do nothing about it, then TikTok should be fucking banned, because it is creating a nation of nihilistic narcissists who have no concept of any kind of fucking punishment or consequences or anything like this. And it is literally an epidemic happening. It's not like one or two little pockets. It's happening everywhere, all over the fucking world, and it needs to stop.
Well, I just want to be clear that, yes, him getting punched in the face for doing this, totally justifiable.
That's justifiable, yeah.
That's justifiable.
But, and
shooting somebody?
If the guy had pulled the gun out and said, back the fuck off, that might have been justifiable, but he just pulled it out and fired a shot. There was no pause in between.
My kind of guy.
Well, I never... Sorry, go on.
No, we never said anything. It's all yours, mate.
Okay. No, you know, I mean, I want. It's funny. I kind of agree with some of you guys regarding that maybe the person shouldn't be shot. But you know what these pranksters are going after? They're going after working class, blue collar people who have a hard job in life anyway. You know, like what they do in life is so fucking difficult. I saw this one guy going after this very attractive young girl who worked at McDonald's. You know, trying to do chat up lines with her and stuff like that. All she wanted to do was her job, and her boss came in and just made all the staff go back and stuff like that. You know, like these a lot of these kids who do it, man. They got really good lives in the first place and stuff like that, and they're just trying to find their footing in this world. So they're using YouTube in order to do it. and they go after blue collar people who have very little effort in life to fight back in any way, but they're too busy working and all of that shit, and they don't want to lose their jobs and stuff like that. They know what they're doing. So, if they do get shot and they are removed from this fucking planet, then the world's a better place for it, don't you think? I think so.
Yeah, I mean, look, I share your nihilism. Listen, I'm not here to fucking put value on every single life, especially one that holds no value towards other people. Has no regard for other people and their daily lives. I'm like, fuck it. You get shot. That's what happens. You die. Good. Fuck it. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. In an ideal world, nobody gets shot. They might just get a punch in the face and all of that. But I don't care. You know what I mean? I'm not here to put value on that dickhead's life. He's scum. So whatever happens, happens. The fate of the world. I
can't defend.
I'm not disagreeing with anyone else, by the way. I just want to be clear. I'm not. I'd rather the latter, but when this is the option,
I find it very hard to find remorse for a person who does stuff like this. I just can't. I'm more on the side of the guy who shot him.
Okay,
it's not
there's
ideal.
a difference. No, there's a difference between remorse and saying I wish the fucker died.
Yeah.
I genuinely do. Now he's been shot and he has a chance to live or die. Considering what he offers this world, the world would be better off that he's dead.
Okay.
For sure.
No,
the world would be
much
better. It will be better off that he's dead. Fuck around and find out. Yeah, you're damn right, Daniel Vance.
We're not here to argue over. Again, we're Londoners, so we're way more fucking nihilistic than the rest of the world. Trust me, because
we deal with kids like this
fucking all the time. So we've got a different approach here, but we're not disagreeing with anyone here. We're just saying don't argue over semantics.
I'm pretty sure Carrie's disagreeing with a lot of people.
I used to carry a knife with me all the time when I was a teenager, all the fucking time, and I had to use it once, and that was to cut a rope that got stuck between a fence for some old lady, and that was it. That's the only time I used my knife.
Jen, you're such a great.
I'm a good guy, but
you're a good
fuck you up at the same time. Yeah, Gaz, you want to say something?
Yeah, this happened to me recently. I was walking through town, right, and these two skellies on the bikes just went boof right behind my ear. If they were closer to me, I would have hit one of them. The thing is, I looked at them and I was about to hit one of them, and I realised that they were teenage kids. I was like, that's not a good look for a 41-year-old man to be punching flaming teenage kids.
No, it's totally justified.
No, because if they go to the cops and go, oh, this 41-year-old man hit a flaming teenage kid, what the fuck's wrong with you? You know what I mean?
So, nothing will happen to you, mate. You just get a warning. The cops aren't dealing with that as serious now.
Well, the thing is that
teenage kids are dangerous, dude.
Yeah, they're fucking teenage kids are fucking murderous little cunts, man. Here in London, if any of that happens, you just first reaction is punch them in the face, deal with it afterwards, because it's just on my street, nothing to do with me. On my street, we had a huge problem with fucking teenagers, and they were just a nuisance. They were breaking into cars and all this kind of shit. One day, they fucked around with the wrong people, and that would be the Turkish shop around the corner from my house. They kicked over his fruit stand, and the guy just came out of the shop, booted the kid in the fucking face, knocked him to the floor, slapped him around. All right, the other guys that worked in the shop chased the other kids, knocked them they beat the shit out of each other. First thing the kids do, I'm gonna go tell my mommy all this kind of shit. Parents come in.
Become kids. Then they become kids, don't they?
Then they become kids, and the dads come fucking bowling in, and then the dads get the shit kicked out of them as well.
Yeah.
And then the police gets involved, and the police are like, we don't care, and that was it.
And back in the day, if your parents found out that your kids were doing that shit, the parents would beat the shit out of their own fucking kids for doing that shit. They wouldn't be fucking defending them and having a fight with the fucking guy who owns the fruit stand. They'll be saying, "How dare you do this to this?" The parenting is stuck in his head.
Fucking, overprivileged little cunts are raising privileged little cunts. They suck at parenting. Sorry, Cheeto. I know. I'm
joking. I know you already mentioned that you posted this, but I just want to go back to what Daniel Vance said. What Rittenhouse did against
that's fine.
What this guy did was defend himself, and I agree because Rittenhouse went there to kill people. He crossed state lines with a gun to go around to fucking kill people. He wasn't defending anybody. He just wanted to kill people. While this other guy was minding his own fucking business, had some fucking dickhead come up to him and harass him. Yeah, if that's the case, well, I'm going to be showing you my Second Amendment rights, motherfucker. And say hello.
Don't make me Second Amendment, you motherfucker.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a difference. If the guy had, pulled his pistol out and said, "Look, back the fuck off,"
he should have done that first.
That should have. I think that's what he should have done first, rather than just pull his gun out and shoot.
Of course.
Even I agree. But unfortunately, with American society, he didn't want to be the person to maybe shoot second. He wanted to go all Han Solo on the fucker. And so,
has there been any digging into the shooter's history at all?
What, the guy who did it?
Yeah, the guy that shot him. Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, there's no other previous offences.
Because he looks like the type of person that would shoot up a school. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a bit. Even I find that a bit much. But look, my point
I'm American. I find that I find that remark offensive.
Holy kids, Batman!
Regarding him telling him to back the fuck off, as far as he's concerned, might have ended up making things a lot worse because if he didn't take the guy out there and then, he might end up getting himself taken out. You never know in that world of America where people are fucking all packing and shit and there's mass shootings going on a daily basis.
Not everybody in America is packing, Zam.
Cheeto's got a fucking gun in that drink. What are you talking about, Cheeto?
No, I don't know a single gun. No, everybody in America. Now, if you go to Texas, the United States of Texerica, you might be right. But like in Texas,
the country has mass shootings on a daily basis, dude. Yeah, I mean.
The world you're describing, Zam, is more akin to Judge Dredd than the United States.
What's the difference?
Listen, I'm just saying, I got the Scottish guy defending me here.
I understand the difference between the two countries.
I'm just saying,
two guns as well.
I'm just saying, none of this would have happened if the guy was just left alone. He wasn't left alone, and
right now are sounding like a pundit for the Daily Wire.
I know. I'm just saying. He got fucked around.
Kids taking our bullets and not dying is a fucking disgrace.
Listen, when I get the Scottish guy defending America here, you're wrong. Like, come on.
That's because he's been hypnotized by American woman lady.
Oh well, that's we gaslit him. Me and his American lady. Like I'm like, I need you to gaslight this shredder guy.
That's it. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm actually kind of surprised that I sound like the Daily Wire guy, but again, like I said earlier, I don't agree with people like Carl Rittenhouse. I know the difference. I look at what this guy did more to self-defense than going out to kill somebody.
Yeah.
But I do agree. Maybe it was best to tell the guy to back off, but then again, sometimes that might come back to haunt you that you didn't shoot the guy in the first fucking place, because then the guy you're telling to back off ends up shooting you regardless. And that could be the mindset he might have had at the time. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Guantanamo for you, mate. Right. Okay, so now I'm just going to move into the film and TV stuff, but still on the news aspect of it, because 1PW has been doing some saucy things, scamming yet again. I was shocked to my core when this happened.
I mean, it's 1PW. One Pro Wrestling. It's the third time they have scammed their fans and shut down without any fucking refunds.
Wait, it needs a. Oh my god! Wait, they shut down.
Yeah, they shut down
again.
Shut down for the third time. Have not issued refunds, and again. This is the third time they've done it. So the first time they did it was 2007. They had announced that they were booked. So 1PW is this promotion based in England. They ran venues like the Doncaster Dome, which they used to get around about 1,500 people in there, and they would bring in. They would bring in Oh, they would bring in some like high-profile American talent. So they got Christian Cage, they got Steve Corino, they got Abyss, they got Chris Hamrick and Tracy Smothers, they got AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels. They got a who's who of like the American talent not signed to WWE. So 2007, they were supposed to run a show, and the headline act that they were bringing in was the Great Muta. This is going to be the first time ever the Great Muta had been in Britain.
Right.
Now,
he probably canceled. That's why. I'd canceled too.
Who canceled?
Great Muta. I said he probably canceled. That's why they canceled the show. So.
Well, no. It wasn't the fact that Muta canceled. They had sold about 1,000 tickets, and then decided to Stephen Gauntlet, the promoter, announced that 1PW is not going to be able to run this show. It's not going to be able to honor the contract with the wrestlers, and it's not even going to be able to refund the tickets for the fans. So they fucked over the fans. They ran off with the money, and it destroyed the reputation of the British wrestling scene. The Japanese press wrote articles warning that for pro wrestlers, Britain was a dangerous place to do business. Now, at that time,
that is mental.
There were two promoters, I would say, that stepped in to try and get things resolved. The first one was a guy called Len Davis. He ran a promotion called RQW, Real Quality Wrestling, and he took on the booking for Muta. He got in touch. He took Muta's booking. He even agreed to honor tickets anybody had for the 1PW show to come along and watch Muta. But when Muta made his appearance, instead of being in a big venue like the Doncaster Dome, which, again, you'd be looking at about 1,500 people in there, Muta is instead wrestling against Martin Stone, who later became Danny Burch in WWE, and he's there at York Hall in London in front of only about 300 people.
Yeah, I worked at York Hall, by the way.
Yeah, but Muta still performed.
He's more famous for boxing than wrestling.
Yeah, well, again, Muta still performed, and he put on a show, but it was a huge step down. And again, it's unfortunate. It still left a bad taste in the with the Japanese promotions and the Japanese wrestlers for the British independent scene. Meanwhile, Alex Shane, he runs a show under the 1PW banner. I think he was working with a promotion called I want to say 3CW, but they run a 1PW show in the Doncaster Dome. They don't have any of the big name import American talent who was supposed to be there. So there's no Steve Corino, there's no Al Snow, there's no Dustin Rhodes, and they still sell out. Well, they still managed to sell about 1,100 tickets. So Alex Shane has managed to run this show. All of a sudden, Stephen Gauntlet announces, "Hallelujah! 1PW can remain in business." He still doesn't refund the fucking fans that he screwed over the first time, and he goes back to promoting shows.
How much money did you get away with?
I have no clue how much money he got away with, but again, it was around about 1,000 tickets worth. So you look at about an average of about 40 quid a ticket.
Holy shit, about 40 grand then.
$4 grand, about $4 grand, I would say. But the next time they went out, they decided to shut up shop. It was a different guy who was in charge of the promotion. It was a guy called Danny Rod. And this would have been, I think, 2011. Now, this time, 1PW made the announcement that they were bringing in Shawn Michaels.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Shawn Michaels, he wasn't going to wrestle, but he was going to make an appearance. He was actually going to make a series of appearances through the UK for over the course of a week. So Mark Sloan, who ran Frontier Wrestling Alliance, he was going to have Shawn Michaels for a VIP meet and greet. And again, 1PW was going to bring him in as a special attraction for, I think, one of their shows, and then a couple of other promoters were going to get him as well.
I'm surprised indie promotion can get people like Shawn Michaels, but they're so woven into the WWE that I'm surprised they could do anything outside of that.
I mean, hey, there's a promotion near me that's managed to have Tatanka, Ted DiBiase, Road Warrior Animal. So, you know, and DDP, Bret Hart, shown up for this promotion. So
yeah,
you know,
but even then, like, you know, I look at like certain people, like not many, just a handful. Shawn Michaels, Undertaker. I look at these guys just like woven into WWE that I could never see them doing anything else other than WWE, if you know what I mean.
Again, I think it's more the fact that there was going to be no in-ring action. Shawn Michaels had retired from the ring at this point. You know, he'd lost his retirement match with the Undertaker.
Was this again, so this was before Crown Jewel?
Yeah.
Way before.
Well, way before Crown Jewel. Shawn Michaels Shawn Michaels still had hair.
Yeah.
But again, the shows with Shawn Michaels are cancelled. Shawn Michaels' agent confirms that Shawn Michaels is not going to be in the UK. He's not been paid as a retainer. He's not had travel and hotel arrangements sent to him. 1PW is still selling tickets, even though they know Shawn Michaels has already gone public saying he's not going to be there. And Mark Sloan, Sloan refunded everybody. So Mark Sloan refunded everybody who was supposed to be going to his meet and greet. And he said, look, you know, he hopes that maybe they can do business with Shawn in the future. But he was not happy with the way 1PW was handling things. Again, 1PW, Danny Rod closes the promotion, doesn't issue refunds, and he fucks off with all the money.
Fucking hell.
And now fast forward to present day, 2023, 1PW was supposed to be running a show with some big name talent again from the United States. The previous show that they did, there was a beef on Twitter. Matt Cardona went public to say that 1PW hadn't sent him, you know, his payment. They hadn't sorted out his travel arrangements. So the match he was booked on, I'm trying to remember who the hell Matt Cardona was booked against. I want to say it was Will Ospreay. So their main event was supposed to be for the 1PW World Title.
Yes, Cardona, it was Will Ospreay. Yeah,
Matt Cardona versus Will Ospreay. Now, they eventually got that sorted out, but fast forward to this show, 1PW again has shut down, and again, there are no refunds coming from the promotion. So they've done it again. Third straight fucking time.
Was it the same owner that took the company in 2011?
No, this time it was the same owner the first time they went bust, Stephen Gautley. And Gautley's got a history. Gautley has got form for scamming people. He did. He was selling miniature arcade cabinets, and people were pointing. You know, there's a whole bunch of reviews for those where people have, you know, said, "Look, I didn't get what I paid for," or the cabinet arrived in shoddy condition, or
I'm looking to buy one, by the way.
It's still not arrived, and you know, Stephen Gautley has ghosted me. So, 1PW, unfortunately, it's a series of fucking scam artists who have taken pro wrestling fans for a ride.
The Paul Heyman Scam Award goes to...
At this point in time, how the fuck can they carry on under that name?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll call it 2PW.
Who did we watch in the Millfield Theatre, Dan?
2P.
So
basically, is that who we watched? 1PW?
It was 1PW, wasn't it?
Okay.
Are you sure it was 1PW? Was it, or would it have been was it LDN?
That's it, LDN.
It was LDN, yeah.
LDN. Thank you, Shred. I can
I remember that. And I knew, like, when this guy drop kicked Finn Air and the opponent fell down, I thought, oh boy, this is going to be one of those. But
please, Rob Van Dam did that with Kurt Angle. Rob Van Dam did that with Kurt Angle. I mean, come on, I saw that match.
But the best
what I was talking about.
But the best part of that we attended was we was all shouting, "We want tables," and the Hill was like, "It's not in our budget."
There was a ladder match as well in that, which is pretty cool.
There was a ladder match, which was good,
yeah,
very good. But okay, that's 1PW scamming people yet again. I want to see what the fallout's going to be from that. Probably nothing. Sticking with wrestling, Shredder, I have something here that says match of the year contenders in the past week alone.
Yeah, we've had two from the looks of it. So I would say not Will Ospreay. Zack Sabre Jr. against Bryan Danielson at Wrestle Dream is a potential contender now for match of the year.
That was a technical masterpiece. That was.
It was a technical masterpiece, and the finish was superbly done. Where Bryan Danielson couldn't get the tap out, so he won with strikes. So that gave Zack Sabre Jr. a grudge, and he wants a rematch. And he said that he wants a rematch either in Japan or in England.
It almost sounded like he won with the fetish.
Yeah, your point.
He won with two strikes. It was the so Danielson couldn't get the submission, so he hit the Bicycle knee twice. So again, Zack Sabre Jr. was pissed. The other match of the year contender was Carmelo Hayes against Ilya Dragunov for the NXT title.
I didn't see that one.
What a fucking match that was! If you get, honestly, I would say go out your way and watch it.
I will.
But the fact that again we've had two match of the year candidates in the space of a week, and then previously we've been spoilt for choices this year. I mean, we've had FTR versus Gin and Juice 2 out of 3 falls. We've had Danielson versus Starks in that strap match.
Mate, it's been some fucking great. This year has been great for wrestling. It really has. Despite the controversies.
That's why I'm going to work with Shredder to start a year-end wrestling award show, right, Shred?
Yeah, I mean, the Miro Powerhouse Hobbs match was really good.
That was a good match. Yeah.
I mean, seriously, as I said, the fact is that these have been like all different kind of matches with different people, and that's why I don't like the whole. Matches should only be one thing. No, you can have different kind of matches with different kind of styles, and if those models mesh, it's really good. As I said, like the NXT match, I did see it. It was really good. I haven't seen the Wrestle Dream match. I've not seen Wrestle Dream, but people have said that it was really good.
I'll tell you what I've seen with my voyeurism is Rey Mysterio versus one of the LWO guys in for the United States Championship. That was a nice match because what I liked about it is that there was no back. They're all LWO, no backstabbing. One LWO member tells another LWO member, "I would like to challenge you for a match," and they go, "Yeah, buddy, no problem." That's what it's all about, the spirit of competition. And I very much appreciated that. And there's some sort of heel turn, backstabbing, I'm going to fight you now, and all this malarkey. I'm glad that didn't happen. And to see Rey Mysterio still going at 48, the way he has to go because he's a luchador, it's mind-blowing. It truly is, especially with the injuries that he's also had as well.
Oh, my God. The guy had plasma or whatever it was, surgery on his knees, and he's like a reborn again.
Exactly, and I was a massive Rey Mysterio fan back in the day during the Wrestling Revolution era when I think no one gave him a break. He just looked upon as a kiddie's favorite now, and it's only now at the twilight of his career, if we are there, because he could still go for another 12 years, as far as people are concerned, that people appreciate him because he's so old doing all this shit. So yeah, it's quite remarkable, and obviously Edge going to AEW as a voyeur, seeing that happen, listening to his music that he would have in the WWE play for him was kind of remarkable. I thought maybe WWE would have that locked down, but obviously they don't.
I don't think isn't that an actual band song?
That's an actual band.
He's friends with the band.
The song's called Metalingus by Alter Bridge.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not a WWE
fair
song.
enough. No, but fair enough. It's just the way the WWE seemed to latch onto things. The only thing that he couldn't call himself was Edge. He has to go by his real name, Adam Copeland.
But he also managed to keep the Rated R Superstar trademark, which lapsed at WWE, and he bought it up.
Yep, that was smart.
Yeah,
I mean, on a positive note, I'm looking at the fact that he's with Christian again because he has said that the person he wants to have his last match against is Christian. But on the negative,
looks like it looks like that feud during the beginning, though. I mean,
I thought that Christian already said that he wasn't doing that.
No, they've not teamed together, but they're working a program against each other.
Yeah, against each other, I'm fine with. I do not want them to tag again. I think they're way past.
Oh, that's going to happen as well, mate. Just give it time.
I would love to see at some point Edge and Christian against FTR.
Oh, yeah,
and the young fucks.
That would be a tag team dream match.
No, but the problem is that I'm going to be very careful because Edge, I don't know what you will call it, has had really bad problems with his neck, and there's been times in that company that people have been a little bit unprotected of the neck with certain people.
He has to be very careful who he works with in that fucking company.
I think that's why he's already working with Christian. Then.
Please explain to me.
His match is going to be on Tuesday. It's going to be against Luchasaurus.
Yeah. Oh,
please explain to me that why did WWE let him go? If he can still go.
I think it was money. I think they wanted to offer him less money.
Well, it's not just that. Edge has also said that he wants to work a full-time schedule, which WWE were not prepared to allow him to do because they thought if he works full-time, it's a diminished attraction.
Yeah.
They say he's a diminished attraction?
Yeah.
It diminishes his attraction if he works full-time, if he's on TV.
Same as Brock Lesnar when they kept bringing him back and each time it's just diminished attraction.
Whereas Edge's deal with AEW, he is going to be on TV every single week. Now, he might not be wrestling, but he'll be cutting promos and he'll be doing some segments on there.
Yeah.
So the guy was getting paid decent money and he wanted to work more. Fuck.
Well, it's also he said, look, there's 14 guys on that AEW roster that he wants to work with that he's never worked before.
And he also said he pushed him. They went as far as they could with his character in WWE, and he just wanted to branch out and try new things.
Yeah,
don't forget, Copeland was ready to come back to wrestling, and he was going to go to AEW. AEW wanted to sign him, and WWE were like, okay, we'll say that you're fine to wrestle again and come to us instead, and here's money. And to be fair, I think his run in WWE has been fantastic. He's had fantastic matches. He actually had a match where I actually enjoyed watching Randy Orton wrestle. The whole Judgment Day thing was been great.
I was about to say one of the best things to come out of him returning was from the outside is Judgment Day. I feel like they built a great stable from Edge, and then they even surpassed Edge's usefulness in Judgment Day. I'm really glad they got rid of him.
That's right. And I think
the current lineup in Judgment Day is killing it.
Yeah. And I think that's why it was a good way for Edge to bow out. I think it was a good way. Just go off.
Do you think he should have lost his last match though? He went against Tradition. He won his last match. Maybe it would have been better for Sheamus to get the rub.
But he wasn't scheduled to leave at that time. They didn't know what was happening at that time.
They didn't know if they were going to re-sign him or not. So they said.
But they made a big deal about it being his last match and his retirement match and all of that sort of shit. I think personally, Sheamus should have won. I think Sheamus could have really done with the victory over someone like Edge. Personally, but
it should have. No, it was on a SmackDown, right?
It doesn't matter, man. Yeah.
If you're going to do that, do it on a pay-per-view. If you want to actually give some clout to the wrestler that's going over, do it on a pay-per-view. Make it a big deal. But it was on a SmackDown, I thought.
And even then, there's plenty of times where guys have had their last match or have gone in with what has been billed as their last match, and nobody wants to fucking see them lose. Kurt Angle being the perfect example. Nobody fucking wanted to see Angle lose to Baron Corbin at WrestleMania.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think people should lose their last match. I think it should always just depend on on what's played out.
Right. I mean, if for example, Mick Foley, when he was doing his run against Triple H with what was supposed to be his retirement, and they said, going at Hell in a Cell, if Mick wins, he wins the WWF title. But if Triple H wins, he's going to take Mick Foley's career.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, but just regarding this thing on SmackDown overall, I think sometimes that magical moment should happen on a television show, not necessarily always on pay-per-view. It's good for TV shows to have those mega moments
on pay-per-view anymore.
Or when Mick Foley won the WWE Championship,
that been on.
That fantastic like match between John Cena and Shawn Michaels that happened in England that went on for like 45 fucking minutes. It was like I like having some of those magical moments on the television show, not always on the pay-per-view. And so I'm happy that SmackDown had the match. I got no problems with it.
Right, so I'm really looking forward to Adam Copeland and Christian working again.
Because we know who you're talking about.
We're not AEW. We don't have to. We don't have to skirt around WWE trademark names.
Yeah, no, but I really do like I love their chemistry in the ring. So I'm looking forward to whatever match they have next. And actually, I'm trying to think who I'd love to see him against. I'd love to see him against Danielson. I'd love to see him against Moxley. I know that's gonna.
Doesn't matter what I think, but I know what you mean. Even he said he wants to fight
the guys he's
Moxley.
named so far. I mean, the guys he's named that he's said that he would like to work with. Claudio Castagnoli's one.
Yep.
John Moxley, Kenny Omega, Hangman Adam Page,
Kenny Omega.
He's also mentioned Miro because they've never worked against each other. Swerve Strickland.
I really would love to see him fight Kenny Omega. I almost feel like they are doppelgangers, and I would love to see that match happen.
You know who I want to see him face? I want him to face CM Punk. Oh.
Well, you've got the other way that WWE are looking to strike a deal to get CM Punk back for Survivor Series now.
Which is nuts, man. They're going to regret that just like AEW in the long run regret.
No, I think they're going to be smart.
Don't bring him back full time. Yeah, don't bring him back. Just give him a couple of moments, maybe on a 1-year contract, 2-year contract. Have him back at Survivor Series, let him win the Royal Rumble, have his WrestleMania moment against whoever. And, that's it.
People are saying that a good would be Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight title.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Against Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight title.
Yeah, no. Gaz was saying Reigns. I said no. Don't give.
No.
Don't give CM Punk that
doesn't
victory.
deserve that. He doesn't deserve that.
Absolutely not.
No. That
match in AEW. I'm looking forward to seeing Edge.
The Usos,
potentially
one of the Usos
up against. By the way, would be Edge against Ricky Starks.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think they could have a tremendous fucking rivalry.
I mean, Ricky Starks is just fucking amazing. Just money. That guy, when we first saw him, well, I can't speak for you lot, but when I first saw him in NWA,
yeah,
you just knew that guy is a fucking star.
Yeah,
he's a star. He's brilliant, and he should be. If he's not AEW's like second biggest biggest heel, then they're missing an opportunity. Not straight away. He's building up to it nicely. Just don't botch it, or just don't fucking let them fall by the wayside like they've done with, like, prime example, Wardlow, who once he got the belt, they just fucking let him slip to one side. And I personally think that his return, I know he had a great little squash match, comes in, power bombs the guy to oblivion. But I think when Christian came out with and then said, you got to face these guys, and came out with Nick Wayne and Luchasaurus, Edge should have just been like, well, I come with a backup plan, and then Wardlow just fucking plows into all of them, because don't forget his last match was against them lot.
See, I disagree, because I think you're over-egging the pudding there, because Wardlow has had no interaction with Christian or Edge previously. I think they brought him back. They brought him back perfectly. Look, they brought Wardlow back perfectly, which was, have him come out, fucking destroy Griff Garrison in a minute flat, to where, he doesn't even get the pin. The referee just stops the match.
Yeah.
And Wardlow just leaves. It doesn't say a word. I would love to see him do that a couple more weeks and then call out somebody for a fight and just build Wardlow up. Because I think if you were to put Wardlow in as a side player in this feud with Edge and Christian, then it's going to diminish him. Whereas Wardlow is somebody
it diminishes him and it diminishes Edge. Yeah.
Wardlow is somebody you could be building up for the next 6 months to potentially go on and face MJF. Because again, he beat MJF.
The history. Yeah,
they had the history, and Wardlow beat MJF convincingly.
Yeah.
As I said, I'd love to see. I'm trying to think who. But I think what AEW also needs to do is hire, as I said, younger guys, like younger indie talent who can work at a higher level. So, like, look at the guys from MLW. Look at guys from maybe, like, you know, British indies and stuff like that. There's guys out there who are super talented who just need to be given the platform to be big.
But that's the thing, they've already got.
They've got about
100 wrestlers under contract.
Yeah.
I know that's the thing. They need
I think they've got a bigger roster now than WWE have, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, after WWE cleaned house.
Yep. All those releases during the pandemic.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the releases during the pandemic, there's probably more releases to come as well. But yeah, they don't need to get more guys in. They've got a great roster of people that they can utilize if they fucking get a better booker. That's what they need. They need to have a booker in there. Khan should just be the person cutting the checks and doing the accounts, and that's about it. Should have no fucking say about anything else because it's a walking calamity. But I tell you who they have signed, who I think is a fucking fantastic signing. Not only is she gorgeous, but she's a great wrestler, is Mariah May. And she's like made a name for herself over at Stardom in Japan. And so I've seen like lots of clips of her and I watch of her matches. And I just keep sitting there going, why isn't WWE? This is WWE's wet dream. Blonde, big tits, great wrestler, all the fucking Vince McMahon.
No, that's the problem. You said it. The GW word, good wrestler. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's
the
problem.
Blonde,
yeah, she's a good wrestler.
Tits, BW, bad wrestler.
Yeah, I mean she kind of looks like fucking. She's a bit like Kelly, but can wrestle.
Wow.
Kind of thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's the anti-Kelly.
It's the anti-Kelly, and but I'm glad that she's gone to AEW. And she's going to be working a program with Tony Storm. Well, she's going to team up with Tony Storm, like part of a new faction. And I'm also happy because she's a local lass from just up the road from where I live, as well. So
let's hope she doesn't forget her roots.
Yeah, nah, she won't forget her roots. She's unfortunately a Spurs fan as well, but we won't hold that.
Yeah.
I mean,
guys, I'm off. By the way, I can't stay awake any longer.
All right, mate.
I'll see you later.
Catch you later, mate. Take it easy. Bye. Bye, Felicia. So yeah, I'm glad with that signing. Tony Storm's killing it, by the way.
Oh yeah, did you see a match on Dynamite this week against?
Yes, I did.
Sky Blue.
Yeah. Oh, I did. Yes, of course I did.
Well, the fact that she said she actually looked at the camera and said, "We'll be back after these important sponsors." To go directly to fucking picture in picture. But if you weren't in picture in picture, you heard her say quite loudly, "And now I'm going to go for a titty slap."
Yes, she did. Yes, she did say that. I love Tony Storm. She's awesome.
Oh, she's fucking brilliant. She's absolutely world class. I think WWE shit the bed letting her go. But it's to the benefit because in AEW she's shining. She's the top star there, you know.
Well, the question is, how is AEW going to do this Tuesday when they go head to head with NXT again?
Be interesting to see. I think NXT are not pulling any punches. They know they're going into competition with AEW, so they're putting in like Cena and all that shit.
Oh yeah, I mean, for anybody who doesn't know, here's what WWE has announced for this week's coming NXT. So Asuka will be facing Roxanne Perez. So Asuka's returning to the brand for one night only. Cody Rhodes will be on the show to make a major announcement. I've got a feeling it's probably going to be the return of the Dusty Classic.
Oh,
the tag
what's
team
the
tournament.
Dusty Classic?
It's NXT's annual tag team tournament.
Oh, I see.
And the main event is going to be Carmelo Hayes versus Braun Breaker. But Carmelo Hayes will have John Cena in his corner, while Braun Breaker will have Paul Heyman.
Yeah, God.
This is for NXT. Like, look, I know NXT is like better matches than Raw or SmackDown, but it's like, isn't it like the
like the C show?
Yeah, it's like the C show. It's like but it's
where
brand. You breed talent, right? Like,
yeah,
I mean,
it's the developmental brand.
Yeah, developmental brand. That's what I'm looking for. So, I mean, they definitely know they're going into a fight with this. I mean, I saw something on Facebook. It said like the Tuesday Night War, and it had NXT and AEW side to side, and I'm like, what? And then I saw John Cena. I saw Cody Rhodes on there. I'm like, what? What are you talking? Like, I thought NXT was a developmental brand. Like, why are all these big players on there?
Well, yeah, but they should be treating it like one of their other flagship shows. They shouldn't have it just relegated as developmental, because a lot of the good shit happens there as well.
But here's my thing: is that if they're going to treat it like a show, they should. You know what I mean? Like let the show speak for itself. You know, like don't just bring in Cody Rhodes one night only and John Cena one night only, and like actually make it a brand where you put like a couple ring veterans over on that show.
Well, they've had like Becky Lynch in there. She ran a program, won the belt and all that. She did some great matches with Tiffany Stratton.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well. They actually commit some of these people to like that show. Like don't let them steamroll over, but let the more like I'm just pulling this name out. I know Ginger, you're gonna cringe, but like Randy Orton, he's coming back. Put him on NXT. And let him like not steamroll the competition, but actually have matches against these up and comers. And and I'm just using Orton as an example, but like
I know what you mean.
But like maybe have a couple, really big names on there, but don't make them the centerfold.
They put a couple of main roster names on NXT. I mean, Apollo Crews was sent back to NXT. They put Fandango on NXT before they released him. Baron Corbin's currently on NXT. So, but I mean, when it was the Black and Gold brand, it was the best brand to watch. When you had guys like Adam Cole, you had Pete Dunne, you had Keith Lee, unfortunately,
Velveteen Dream before he became exposed as a nonce.
Yeah, but we won't discuss him. But again, it was one of the better shows. It was one of the better wrestling shows. That was
I agree. That's all I've heard is that it is one of the better wrestling shows.
Tommaso Ciampa, Gargano.
It's not so much anymore.
Oh, it isn't.
They're pulling out the stops with this. With having John Cena and Paul Heyman both being in the main event, and I would love to see Paul Heyman, pull Braun Breaker up to the main roster.
God, how long have they been? They've been talking about bringing Braun Breaker up for eons.
Too long.
Yeah,
too long.
I mean, I agree. Like, I think it was when the Steiners were inducted. What, last year at WrestleMania?
Yeah, they need to.
Thought that they were going to bring him up then.
And they need to get him up on the roster now.
I mean, this is a guy who should be your champion in 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, these him and Austin Theory are the ones I said will be main eventing WrestleMania 41, and I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm just saying, like, at the time when I said it, it looked like they were the two that were going to be like the next two big, like, heel face of the company. But they've just kind of stagnated to the sides.
I think that has more to do with the sale, though. Do you think? I mean, I think maybe the sales kind of put some of their plans on. Like, they're kind of in a holding pattern right now.
Nah. It was Vince McMahon getting ousted at the time that derailed everything, changed a lot of things. People that Triple H just kind of buried a lot of people that he didn't give a shit about, and it could all change now that Vince is back. Could not. I don't know.
Meanwhile, here's what AEW has announced for their show on Tuesday. So on this coming edition of Dynamite on Tuesday with NXT, AEW has got Adam Copeland's first match in the company against Luchasaurus. They've got Chris Jericho versus Powerhouse Hobbs, Jay White versus Hangman Adam Page, Bryan Danielson versus Swerve Strickland, and that's number one contenders match for the TNT title.
TNT or AEW title?
No, it's for the TNT title.
Listen, from what I'm hearing, the TNT title is actually almost more prestigious than the actual AEW title. Just from what I'm hearing. As I said, I don't watch it.
Nobody seems to be fighting for the AEW title. I can't. When was the last time that was defended?
Wembley.
In Wembley, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Also on this show, there's two title matches on Tuesday's Dynamite. So Rey Fenix defends the International Championship against Jon Moxley.
Yeah, they're going to give that right back to Moxley.
And Saraya defends the women's title against Hikaru Shida.
Which one has the better cards? It's a mixed bag.
I mean, well, the thing is, right, WWE has only announced 2 matches for NXT. Now, I think they've probably got the better women's match with Roxanne Perez and Asuka. That's going to be leagues better than Saraya and Hikaru
Roxanne
Shida.
Perez is like pocket dynamite. She is pocket-sized dynamite.
It's crazy to think how talented she is and how young she is too.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and I mean, it sounds like WWE on NXT, all they have is a special announcement from Cody Rhodes and the main event, which involves 2 big names. But who are the 2 main eventers? Like Braun Breaker, which I even know his name and I don't watch. So I know, that Braun Breaker is a bigger name, but like, who's the other person he's facing?
Carmelo Hayes.
I have no idea who that is.
He was until recently the NXT championship.
Yeah,
he was until recently the NXT champion. He lost the belt to Ilya
I'm not
Dragunov.
saying he's bad. I'm just like, I don't know. So that's what I'm saying is like that's kind of what I'm saying is like it's kind of like are they bringing out all the stops? I mean, it seems like they're trying to at least compete on Tuesday, but I don't know. I mean, hearing that information, I would be more inclined to watch AEW rather than NXT.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Except for the women's match.
I'm curious to see what Adam Copeland's first match against Luchasaurus is going to be like. Jay White versus Hangman Adam Page. I think Jay White could really pull out a show stealer with that one. Danielson versus Swerve Strickland. That's going to be match of the night.
That's going to be match of the night.
I don't really care for the women's match. I also don't really care for Ray Phoenix against John Moxley.
What, is he going to play the paralyzed for Moxley again?
Yeah, probably. It's just gonna look. Phoenix is wrestling injured anyway, so they're probably just gonna give the belt back to Moxley. I don't even know what the belt is. Was it the Interwanker Championship?
The International Championship.
If we ever make a nerd
the Atlantic Championship, I should say.
If we ever make a Nerd Tube title for the Debatamania stuff, it's not going to be the Intercontinental. It's not going to be the National. It's going to be the what did you say? Interwankinal?
Interwankinal, yeah.
Interwankinal Championship.
Yeah. Oh, we need to make a pact, by the way, because Gary mentioned the Miro versus Will Hobbs match and how good that was. So you remember when those guys were beating the shit out of each other every time they hit each other? The crowd just chanted "Meat." Yeah. Right, we need to make an agreement that we go and see Gary when he gets his first professional match, and every time he hits somebody, we shout "Gravy, gravy, gravy."
Sounds good to me. Yeah,
you guys can just.
But we have to do it in a northern accent. Gravy, 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 gravy. So we blend in with the crowd, and they don't know where it's coming from. Don't look at me, mate. It was him next door. All right, so I think that's everything on wrestling. Next up, I have live action Cyberpunk series announced. Don't give it to Netflix. That's it. Just don't give it to Netflix.
All I know is that if the opening sequence is not somebody customizing their own junk for that
sold.
Yeah, right. It's got to be a girthy bitch.
Are there any names attached to this?
No.
Nah. It's in early development. Yeah, very early. Just got announced.
I mean, is it going to be like the game where things just randomly blow up for no good reason?
Yeah, it's going to be like the game. It's just going to be a glitch, a total glitch fest.
Buggy and Keanu Reeves is going to be there, with a silver hand going.
Yeah,
you're awesome.
No, you are awesome. Yeah, I mean,
you see the gun in my hand.
I'm always surprised. I'm always surprised nobody's gone up to. What's his name? Is it Michael Pondsmith, the guy that created Cyberpunk?
Yes.
I gotta go let the dog out really quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm surprised nobody's approached him to kind of adapt his books into films yet, because this live action is going to be derived from the game rather than the books. I mean, they're pretty similar anyway. Yeah, Mike Pondsmith, that's his name. Yeah, I don't know. Again, as long as Netflix doesn't get hold of it, should be all right. Because they butchered The Witcher. There's no excuse for what they did to that fucking show. So am I looking forward to it? I don't really care, but I do like cyberpunk, the aesthetic of it, the settings of it. So as long as it's good, then whatever. Next, I have Ahsoka. Now, none of us joined Zam for Ahsoka because I fell asleep. You haven't watched it. Am I going to spoil anything?
I have watched it now.
Will I spoil anything for you?
No, again, I've not watched any of these series. I've not watched Mandalorian. I've not watched Ahsoka. I'm over Star Wars.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, can we just say, like, what a performance by Ray Stevenson? I mean, we keep saying it every week. I mean, it's so crushing.
Yeah, but the last 2 episodes, he wasn't there. It was just nothing. It was like a turd in the wind. He wasn't really there. Yeah. But overall, he was the standout in the whole series. Him and Thrawn, I found, were absolutely fantastic. Final episode.
A lot of action.
Yeah, but it was shit action. It was dark action.
It was just that didn't really make sense if you actually thought about it.
Yeah, and you're getting fucking great big cannons laser cannons blasting down on you. The shockwave alone is going to blow you to the other side of the fucking planet. So, that bit really pissed me off. It was nice seeing the kind of old callback to Rebels with the jumping, pulling thing that they did when they get onto the Star Destroyer. But yeah, I didn't like the last episode. I think it was a bit wet, to be honest. Like, if the follow-up is, because Thrawn makes it to the other side, Ahsoka and Sabine are left behind, so are the 2 not Sith Jedi types as well. So I think that's how they're going to maybe get involved with the New Rebellion. Not the New Rebellion, the New Republic versus Thrawn in the film without having to have Rosario Dawson and them lot in that. So because they're they're in a different galaxy, they're trapped kind of thing. But what were your thoughts, Cheeto, on the last episode of Ahsoka?
I thought it was all right. I mean, are we not doing the review tomorrow then, or I already set up this thing? But
no, Zam did that. Tomorrow's a Loki.
Oh yeah, duh. I'm dumb. All right. Anyway,
yeah,
I'm stupid. Yeah. I mean, I thought it was all right. I think they shit the bed with Ray Stevenson and Shin Hati.
Yeah.
I really felt like that they should have been more involved in the finales, like the last 2 episodes when Shin Hati was mostly involved in the penultimate episode, and Ray Stevenson stood around like, you feel that?
Yeah, I agree.
And then in the last episode, you see them like once, and I'm just like, no, I wanted them.
It made no fucking sense. Yeah, it made no fucking sense.
I'm glad Thrawn. Obviously, we all knew Thrawn was going to get away. Like we knew that.
Yeah.
Ezra getting back to the Prime Galaxy, I thought was stupid. I'm like, why? Like, I mean, I know it's just for, all the Filoni fans, to jerk off to. Oh, he made it. Oh, we saw Hera and Chopper. But I mean, yeah, that's how it looks, Shred. That's how it looks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your face tells all, Shredder.
Yeah, again, I've not watched any of it. So as I was saying, Saint Ginger Greek, I've not watched any of these Star Wars shows. I've not watched a single episode of The Mandalorian. I've not watched Ahsoka.
You're missing.
Again, I'm over Star Wars.
Yeah,
I wish I wish I was in yours. I'm so obsessed with that.
See, I don't agree with that. I mean, in contrast to Ginger, like, for me, Mando hasn't been bad. I do agree with a lot of Ginger's points where it's like, the little shit is still there, is just a marketing ploy, and I really wish he wasn't there. But he did have a far less involvement this season. Like he was just kind of there this season. He didn't do much. So
you could tell Favreau didn't want him in there.
Mm-hmm.
He was forced to bring him back by both Kennedy and
Disney.
Chapek. Yeah, by Chapek, the previous CEO, not the current one. They forced him to come back. Yeah, I mean, yeah, with Ahsoka, like, again, I was just saying earlier, don't know if you heard me what I was saying, they've got the excuse not to have Ahsoka and Sabine in the Thrawn film that I think is what's coming next.
But why? Like, why would I? What's the Thrawn movie going to be about then? Like, I get it that they want it to be like, you know, Thrawn versus the New Republic, but it's like, then who are your protagonists at that point? Hera and Ezra? Like,
yeah,
like, come on, discount Aladdin and nicest ass in the universe? Come on, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that is a boneheaded idea, like to sideline Ahsoka and Sabine.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, the series kind of left me wanting just the Ray Stevenson spin-off. Obviously, he has to be recast.
Well,
but I want to follow his journey.
Do you know what? I'm going to say something that you ain't going to agree with, but Sabine read the last 2 episodes hasn't been as annoying as she was for the first.
Yeah, no, I agree. She grew as a character, which was nice to see.
Which was actually what I wanted to see from.
Yeah, no, that's
grow and become very force sensitive at the end.
It's a Disney rarity.
You like the character a little bit more.
Yeah,
Gary, you're the only chauvinistic pig here. It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to tell us.
Yeah, no, she was absolutely fine. The last 2 episodes, she's absolutely fine.
I thought after the first couple episodes, I thought that she was fine. I mean, there were some decisions she made in the first couple episodes that I'm like, why are you being so stupid? Like, you're like, I could see if you were like a new character who was new to all this, but it's like Sabine was involved with Rebels a lot, you know, like, so I'm like, you know how this works, you know how Ahsoka works, you know how the Empire works. Like, why are you making stupid decisions like this? So anyway, that's it. All right, I gotta let the dog back in. Right back.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, it was nice to see her kind of grow. And that I thought Hera wasn't used enough in this, so you see, but I think I think it's probably because she's gonna, her and Ezra will probably take center stage in if it's a film or whatever. I don't even know what they're doing next. Is it meant to be a film? People keep saying it's a film, but I thought
yes. So apparently this is a rumor. There's going to be Kathleen Kennedy is going to be directing, and this is not a joke. This is legit. Is going to be directing, like, this is going to be a feature film debut as a director of making what basically the combination of all these series, basically.
No, she's not the one directing. Where did you hear that bollocks?
Numerous people,
numerous sources,
like the Smalls, like the
legit sources,
like the Smalls, the Burgles,
the Quartering, Nerd.
Did you say Burgles? Wait a minute.
No,
absolutely. Listen, when you hear things like that, go straight to Google, because when you go to Google, you get things like Hollywood Reporter or Deadline or Variety reporting on that. And if those 3 don't report it, or The Wire or whatever, it's bullshit. I've just Googled it. Took me 2 seconds. Nothing. No news articles. That's absolutely ridiculous that anyone would suggest that. That is pure rage bait.
Wait, what?
And you should know better than that. You should know better than that. All right? That's rage bait. She's not a director. She's got no fucking talent to direct. Anyway,
no. Gary, you should learn to check your sources. I mean, you fell for a dubious troll post that said Will Ospreay had signed with WWE.
It was on my YouTube feed today.
No, again, you see, you're getting clickbaited. That's the problem. Don't go for the just Google it.
NerdTube loves you because you get clickbaited.
Just Google it.
It was like that story that was doing the rounds last week that supposedly Triple H and Stephanie McMahon were getting divorced.
Yeah.
That was stupid.
It's utter horse shit.
Yeah, it's complete bollocks.
I mean, I just was curious if it was actually happening. I'm like, I don't know the news surrounding wrestling, so
yeah, no.
I wouldn't. I mean, now that the power of the McMahons is going away, I think Paul Levesque might be looking for a new spouse in the new TKO brand. You know,
he might shack up with Tony Khan.
Yeah,
Dana White's wife.
like does Tony Khan have a daughter that's just turning 18?
But just to the point of, so I thought that I thought that Thrawn was meant to cross over into Boba Fett and into Mandalorian before it all culminated into a film. But apparently that's not the case. Apparently it's just going straight to a film, and then they're coming into that film all these other characters or some shit. It's really weird. I don't know what the fucking situation is with this.
Can we just have the movie that everybody wants? Thrawn versus the Ewoks. Just all of a sudden these Ewoks just come out of nowhere with their built tree stalk built Star Destroyers come in and face off against Thrawn, and they're like, yes, we learned from our Battle of Endor.
Yeah, I'm all for it, mate. Bring the Ewoks back. I fucking love the Ewoks. I never understood people do.
I had no problem with the Ewoks.
I fucking love the Ewoks.
I thought the movie everybody wanted to see was a Serbian film with Jar Jar Binks.
Oh my God. What are you doing with that tongue, Jar Jar? The Thrawn movie is supposed to be the first of the new trilogy.
But there's still a trilogy. That what is this going to be called? The pre-sequel? Like what?
Yeah, the prequel, sequel.
Like yeah, like God, they need to move the sequel trilogy into Legends and just start moving from Return of the Jedi. And
they just need to take Filoni, Kennedy, and Favreau out in the back and have them shot, and then just have Tony Gilroy take over the franchise because he actually knows what he's doing. Anyway, I'll wait and see on that one. Okay, I was going to talk about Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, but I don't really give a shit now. I'm too tired. Assassin's Creed Mirage, just mediocre looking game. I sat there with I jumped in on Jose and Zam's stream and pretty much just agreed that it was mediocre looking.
That's what I was afraid of when I saw the gameplay, and I get it. Like they're trying to go back to the roots of Assassin's Creed. It's kind of just like,
yeah, but they bollocks the back to the roots stuff. That's the problem.
I don't think. As I said, I get it. Valhalla and Odyssey and all that were too big, but then I think the pendulum swung too far in the opposite direction. Now they say,
well, it's only because it was meant to be a DLC to Valhalla, this game, and then just because they literally have no releases on their slate, they had to kind of pad out their releases, so they changed this into an actual single player game.
So is this like Spider-Man Miles Morales? Because Spider-Man Miles Morales is a very short game, and I was wondering if it had started out as a DLC.
It's exactly that.
Okay, see, that makes a lot of sense because I'm sitting there and I'm like, because people are saying they can beat the game story in 12 hours, and I'm like, 12 hours? I put 176 hours into Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Like,
yeah,
you're telling me that I go from Valhalla that was 176 hours and I still had shit to do, but I finished the story, and we go to 12 hours.
Yeah, exactly. That's why this is with just DLC, because that character pops up in Valhalla, and then you're meant to just go into the prequel of his story to see how he got to where he got, etc. Vance's question here: did AC ever evolve past its roots, climb a tower, jump into some hay, kill someone, repeat?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. It moved on when it went into not Odyssey. What was the one before that? Origins?
Oh God, I hated Origins.
Yeah, when it moved into that. So Origins for me has the best setting, but I didn't like the game.
What's Egypt?
Yeah, Egypt, fucking gorgeous, absolutely beautiful level.
I don't like the gameplay.
I didn't like it.
As shit as that game was, I did love the design of it. I thought the way they built Egypt was so good.
Oh, it was gorgeous. It was
during the
Ptolemaic period.
Gameplay.
Yeah, it was great. But the gameplay was absolute arse. Yeah, absolute arse. That's why I haven't played Odyssey at all or Valhalla, because I don't like that kind of Assassin's Creed.
I liked Valhalla though. I'm not gonna lie. I think they kind of got better with the gaming mechanics with it. But
I think a lot of people kind of liked Valhalla.
I did. It actually got me. I'd never played Odyssey. Like I own it because I got it at cheap on Black Friday for like $20. But like I've never played it. Like I've never had a drive to play Odyssey at all.
No, and you think I would give it set in Greece and all of that, but I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck where it's set.
Well, that's why I didn't want to play it. I said, Ginger's home turf? Yeah, fuck that noise.
Yeah, fucking racist. I knew it.
Yeah, you know.
So, yeah, I didn't give a shit. So I was like, fuck it. But yeah, the reviews are mid as well, you know, so it gets what it deserves.
Spider-Man Miles Morales was excellent. I love that game. I love it probably more than the original game, honestly.
Well, you've got Spider-Man 2 coming out next.
Yeah, I was going to say you can have both. You fight the lizard and Craven the Hunter.
Well, I'm not playing games when they come out new, especially if especially streaming them. Ain't no point. Like I'm like fuck that. Like I'll just wait until it goes down in price and then stream it when the hubbub's died off.
I mean,
that's why I'm not playing Mirage right now.
I was going to say the problem with the new Spider-Man game is that Russell Crowe isn't in it doing his Italian accent again. So
bueno.
Well, I suppose we could ask him to do this.
Who's Russell Crowe playing in the game?
No, I was making a joke.
Right.
Considering
it comes in as Deuce.
Considering he's in the film, playing Russian or something.
Who's
what
in the
film?
Craven the Hunter.
Oh yeah! Oh my god! Sorry, mate. Yeah, he's in the Craven film. Yeah. I forgot about that film because they made that piece of shit.
Dude, his Russian accent, which sounds Italian to me. But
yeah, he's Russian Greek accent.
What you want to do, Sergey,
Italian.
Is you want to sound Italian but be Russian.
So I'll do his Greek accent for you.
Oh, here we go.
I flicked the clothes off. I took the clothes. Now I need to see you behind them. That's exactly what it sounds like.
That's exactly what it sounds like. I think
Chocolate blue. I'm Russian.
This was a big Greek.
Yeah, his Greek accent was very Italian. I would say if you want to do a Greek accent, listen to how people from Spain speak English, because you can get a good understanding, and there's a lot more footage of them. Just listen to football interviews and that, because the accent, the English accent for Greek and Spanish is very similar. So is the speed of which we speak the language compared to other places. Obviously the language ain't the same, but still, that's the best. That's your jumping off point for how to listen to how a Greek accent is, because it's very similar. The last thing I've got before I want to jump off is X-Men comic books.
Ooh, I want to pique my interest.
Okay, so yet again I see Apocalypse returns. Yet again I see X-Men are dying. Yet again I see a story about the Phoenix. Over and over and over and over and over. The loop of X-Men has been the fucking same for 30 odd years. It only got good when we had House of M, Decimation, and Messiah Complex. That run of X-Men comics was fucking fantastic. Since then, especially since Disney have bought it, we've had the Phoenix come back 1,000 fucking times. We've had Apocalypse come back 2-3 times. We've had Sinister come back 2-3 times. We've had Hickman's run of X-Men, which I fucking hate Jonathan Hickman. I do not know, well, not as a person, I'm sure he's fine, but as a writer, I do not get the hype around him. People love this guy. His stuff is bloated, overly complex for no reasons, convoluted garbage. And he's absolutely shat on the X-Men with the Powers of X and House of X or whatever it fucking was recently.
Yeah, there's a bunch of, they don't even call it X-Men. It's like, Powers of X and Evolution of X or whatever. I don't.
All this kind of shit. They're deliberately trying to take X-Men out the title now. They're trying to put all these different ones. Swords of X.
Well, you know why they're doing that, right?
For the films.
Yeah, I think they're starting to gear up. They're not going to call them X-Men films. I think they're going to try to call them X films. And like, yeah, like, I don't think they're going to call it. They might call it like House of X. I think it's going to have some kind of pre-title to it, like they're doing with all these comics.
Yeah.
And I think they're prepping us comic book nerds for it to be that, like, and it's not going to be anything like the comics. Remember Age of Ultron? Age of Ultron was nothing like the movie.
No, completely nothing.
I mean, let's be real. Like
the comic book sucked anyway.
Yeah.
So did the film.
No, it didn't. Shut up.
It was shit. It was fucking pointless.
No, it wasn't. It was. I wanted all my toys to smash together, and it happened.
Okay, fair enough. But no, the X-Men. I'm just sick and tired of every time I want to try and get back into the X-Men. It's just the fucking same old stupid storyline over and over again, with the same fucking villains, with the same fucking. It's just dead. Okay, the X-Men franchise is dead. It's not gonna. It peaked with Messiah Complex, and about a year run after that, and that's it. With X-Force and all this kind of stuff, that's it. It's dead now. Unless you reset that whole universe, which my God, it needs a fucking reset so badly. It's so bloated. Unless you do a reset, it's just there's no interest there for X-Men. Like, how many more times am I going to have, oh, here comes Apocalypse. Oh, the fucking Phoenix is back. It's like, oh, you run out of ideas. They keep recycling the same fucking 5 stories over and over again. And like Marvel Comics is just shit. It's just shit now. Like, it's the worst it's ever been. And remember, we had the 90s. Where people consider that a shit decade, which I disagree with vehemently.
I was about to say, I mean, 90s X-Men was pretty good, I thought. I mean,
fucking loved 90s X-Men.
Yeah.
Age of Apocalypse, Onslaught, everything in between, all that. It was fucking great. Jim Lee's era. Mm-hmm. So much good shit. So much good shit.
I'm sorry, for me, the 90s Spider-Man 2. The 90s Spider-Man was really fucking good. Like, I know you had the Clone Saga in there. In hindsight, I don't think the Clone Saga was as bad as people think it is. I do think it was bloated, but I don't think it was as bad as people make it out to be. In the early 90s, you had some of the great storytelling. And then in the late 2000s or in the late 90s, you had like building up towards the end with what was it? I'm trying to think of the story. Like some of the story arcs that, under John Romita. I know who the artist was, John Romita Jr., but like I can't remember who was actually writing it at the time. But there's just some.
It wasn't Straczynski, was it?
No. Straczynski was early 2000s.
All right. I don't. You're talking about Spider-Man, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah. I never read. I'm not a big Spider-Man.
It was great in the 90s.
But yeah.
Honestly, in hindsight, Straczynski had some good arcs, but like. In the end, it did kind of shit the bed with Spider-Man, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, for all my love for Quesada era, I see people's frustration with Spider-Man under Quesada's era. They kind of did a lot of stupid things with him, but for everything else, they were fucking amazing. For the Avengers, for the X-Men, for Runaways, for like so many. The Initiative, all the events that they had were fucking incredible. But we're not talking about that era. We're talking about the modern era, which is it's just dead behind the eyes. It just wants to put things in there to put in the films, and it's like there's no point. So just kill it. No Wolverine though this time. Yeah, that's in the films. In the films, they're not going to have Wolverine, which is good. Don't need Wolverine. Let all the other X-Men shine. They're such the mutants have they have the richest roster, and even if you want to do one where you want to tick all your diversity boxes, you have fucking amazing mutants to do that with.
Even in the base cast, I mean, come on, you've got a Russian. You've got an African, you've got a Native American that you can put in there. You've got
Japanese.
You got Japanese. Yeah, you got Japanese that you can put in there. I mean, you don't even have to race swap these people. You just have to make the characters good. In which I'm not saying they weren't good in the comics. I'm just saying like you just have to make the characters written well in the movie.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, literally, like Team 2 of the X-Men, during the Claremont period, is it's a Disney wet dream.
Yeah.
And it was a great fucking team. And you can have, again, fantastic if you want to put like Thunderbird in there and have him die. Like he's the one that kind of dies, and then Warpath comes into it and all this kind of shit. And then yeah, you've got so much to play with. And if that's not enough for you, you can still fucking pick a million more, like from all over the fucking world. So
that's what I tell all my girlfriends. So I mean,
yeah,
you got so much to play with, but you can pick from all over the world.
Yeah, and you don't need Wolverine. Wolverine should be an afterthought. It should be coming in.
I hate Wolverine.
I'm not a Wolverine fan at all. Don't give a shit about Wolverine.
No.
Really?
No, I don't give a shit about Wolverine.
I want him to go do
was
his own thing.
overhyped.
Yeah,
I was always a Gambit boy. You know what I mean?
I was always a slim boy.
Yeah, Cyclops was great as well. Nightcrawler, Colossus.
Yeah, Nightcrawler was good. Love Nightcrawler.
Awesome. But yeah, anyway, kill off the fucking comic books. They suck. And on that bombshell, I'm done. I don't know if anyone else has anything they want to talk about.
Well, a couple of quick points. We don't need to go into great detail.
That's right.
Hulk Hogan got caught lying yet again. He told Chris Van Vliet that supposedly the plan was at WrestleMania last year to have Shane McMahon working against Nick Hogan, Hulk's son.
The one who paralyzed somebody.
The one who went to jail, the one who paralyzed his friend in a car.
And hasn't had a day of wrestling training at all.
Well, no, he did actually train briefly. I can't remember where it was, but he did actually do some training. But
that was under the reality show, though, wasn't it?
No. He actually did go to wrestling school, but he blew out both his shoulders.
Which one? Wait, which one was the one that was in WCW? Is it?
That was Flair's son.
Flair's son, David.
No, the bald guy.
Yeah, I know who you mean. And that was his brother. That was Hogan's brother.
No. Horace. That was
Horace Hogan.
That was Hulk's nephew.
I thought it was his son. I thought
was it his actual nephew though?
Yeah, it was his nephew.
Oh right, I actually didn't know that.
It was legitimately Hulk's nephew.
I thought it was his son for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. So yeah, there was that. Russell Brand is now under investigation by 2 different police forces.
Nice, good job, Russ.
Nothing's gonna come of it, mate. Come on, this is England.
GB News, we had 2 sackings from that network. Both.
Yes, we did.
Calvin Robinson. Calvin Robinson got fired, and also so did Lawrence Fox. Lawrence Fox also happened to get arrested the same day.
He had his house raided by the police.
Yeah, because this stupid motherfucker bragged on stream that he was going to tear down ULEZ cameras.
Yeah.
So
by the way, despite the fact that all the evidence is there telling you exactly why the police raided his house, Lawrence Fox supporters are all saying that his house got raided simply because he spoke the truth. The truth of what?
It's ironic. I mean, Pound Shop Oswald Mosley, and he gets arrested on the anniversary of the Battle of Cable Street.
I mean, as I said before, Calvin Robinson was on Julie Hartley Burroughs' flaming Top TV, whatever it was, Top TV show, and flaming. Apparently, both of them are going to go on that show now, or that network, Top TV.
Oh my god!
Really?
So,
I would have thought Top TV would have had some standards. I mean, it's owned by Rupert Murdoch. I thought they would have not touched anybody from GP News with a 10-foot pole.
Well, I don't know. That's the news that I saw of Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, the other rumor I've heard is that Lawrence Fox is going to Rumble.
Possible.
So he's basically going to disappear into obscurity. Anyone heard from Stephen Crowder?
Yeah, but no. Well, I don't know. Calvin Robinson was talking about how the left control the media and Ofcom's a very left wing group.
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely it is.
That is a freedom of speech issue.
Yeah, free speech.
Again, freedom of speech isn't freedom from consequences. You can't say that I want a shag of a attractive blonde lady just because
I want a shag and an incredibly attractive blonde lady. What?
We're not part of Ofcom, mate. We don't have regulations and standards. Well, we don't have any class or standards. Yeah.
And besides, remember Lawrence Fox, was a misogynistic rant against us, saying like, "Oh, who would want to shag this woman? Unless you're some cuck little incel."
Yeah.
And this
exactly.
This was his way of responding to her political points that she'd made earlier in the day on the BBC. But yeah, both Lawrence Fox and Calvin Robinson were both fired by GB News. Lawrence Fox was arrested. Dan Wootton is still under investigation by the channel. And also GB News just recently has written an article with regard to BBC presenters and Question Time, and they have quoted a troll account. They really fucked up and quoted in their article a parody account, Sir Michael Take.
Oh, for fuck's sake! What was the thing about?
Did you say Take or Tate?
Take.
Take is basically Mickey Take.
Mick taking the Mickey, like
Sir Michael
joking around.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I'm like, wait a minute.
Right, yeah. So basically, it's the troll character.
It was a piece about BBC Question Time, and their quote here is: Sir Michael Take wrote, "Conservative MP Richard Holden answers Marxist Fiona Bruce's question 8 times. Yes, 8 times. Yet she continues to violently bully him. This anti-Tory sexist misogyny by BBC presenters such as Bruce, Manchetti, Kirkwood, Winkleman, etc. must stop now." But that's how far they've sunk. They're actually quoting a parody account on Twitter. Sir Michael Take MBE.
Sir Michael Take. That's gold. That's gold. These people are fucking idiots. Like, again, check your sources. Double check the account that you're quoting from. But they don't care. For them, it's just attentions and clicks anyway. Idiots. Right. Okay. Is that everything? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that about wraps everything up.
Fun week this week. Okay, I want to thank everyone in the comment section for joining us. To all my lovely co-hosts. It's 2:30 here in the UK. I'm screaming from my bed. We will be back tomorrow for Loki, episode 1. And if anyone fancies it, might do a Twitch stream later as well, talking bollocks. If anyone wants to, see how we go. On that note, goodbye, everybody. Arrivederci.